Sam is born without a right arm. His family considers him a disgrace and a traitor to the family. The mother did not hide her disgust, repeating that he should not have survived. In the family, he is constantly humiliated by his cousin Matt, an ideal and talented heir with 2 arms. Sam has been losing to him since he was a child, but he does not give up and trains hard, constantly suffering defeat and ridicule in fights. Every time he gets up from the ground, he immediately falls from the impact. Time passed. The one-armed heir trained while his superior brother gave in to alcohol and girls. At 29, Sam defeated Matt in a fair fight for the first time. Having lost and become angry, Matt stealthily stabs his brother right in the back. Just when everything seems complete, St. Katie suddenly appears and miraculously brings Sam back to life. The protagonist wakes up in prison accused of making a deal with the devil. His mana is sealed, his body is weakening, and his heart is slowly dying out. Suddenly waking up in the body of a child, he sees an unfamiliar environment. They shake him by the hand, his right hand. At first he thinks it's just a dream. But it's so alive and so strange. Little by little, understanding sets in, and memories of a boy named William emerge. His mother died in childbirth, and his father was indifferent, almost a stranger. He was reborn in the Adena family, where there are 8 children. William is a stranger among his relatives. Others treated him with hatred, called him a freak and a brat. William was cowardly, weak, and rejected. A shadow on a noble family. Sam realizes he is William now. This is not a chance, but a reincarnation. While exploring the room, William finds the boy's diary. The pages are filled with pain, despair, and requests for death. It became clear that while one was dying, wanting to live, the other was living, wanting to die. Suddenly, William hears a voice coming from above. The ghost introduced himself as the owner of the body and asked to be called John. John is a minor deity, and to continue his journey he needs a vessel, William's body. If the spiritual energy disappears, the body will die, and both will be destroyed. John shows his past, true memories. Then he asks William if he knows about the hero King Matt and the archdemon Sam. There is tension in the room. It's been about 500 years since Sam defeated Matt. The one-armed man was considered a monster who killed hundreds when he escaped from captivity. Alan, a friend from a past life, abandoned his family to avenge Sam, founding his own family, the Adena. After the story, William sits in bewilderment. He was sure that he died in prison. Moving away from the story, William and John go out into the yard where training sparring is taking place. Our hero notices that his new body quickly gets tired. It is very weak. Returning at night, he tries to accumulate mana and realizes something important. Calling John, he tells about the presence of a sacrum in his body, which is a big advantage because mana can be accumulated in bones and used infinitely. It dawns on William. Matt had a sacrum too. That's why he was losing. Now that he has a sacrum and an arm, William decides to store mana in his heart, as he did before. John intervenes, preventing this from happening. After all, 50% will suffer a heart attack. He explains about the star, a safe storage of mana. The more stars, the stronger you are. Mages grow exactly this way, so as not to die out of stupidity. The stubborn protagonist ignores the advice and decides to accumulate mana in his heart, receiving John's displeased face in response. Mana is getting out of control, so the little god shares a stabilization formula. William begins to meditate. The servant Will bursts into the room and starts being rude, to which he receives clothes in the face and a request to clean the room. Will is shocked. This guy has become cocky, confident, and almost scary. But he doesn't back down, saying that he won't do anything he doesn't like. William threatens to complain to the higher mages. To avoid getting into trouble, Will runs off to carry out the young master's orders. At this point, John appears. He is stunned by the guy's actions and wonders who he actually summoned. The door swings open, and an obedient Will bows and brings in the clothes. William thanks him and orders a sword with the exact parameters. But Will decides to play the cheeky game, refusing to do the job with a slight grin. The young gentleman retorts, hinting that he will go himself. Will pales. The guards of the storerooms are elite, loyal only to their descendants. It is better not to mess with them. He reaches out to William, touches his shoulder, and immediately falls over. William remembers his back, betrayal, old life. His shoulder throbs. His body is fragile. The servant, clearly embarrassed, clarifies the details of the sword and leaves, slamming the door. After a while, he grumbles and silently hands over the sword, cursing his master in his thoughts. William starts training. His body is weak. A couple of swings of the sword, and he is already tired. But he likes this feeling, the feeling that he is alive. Suddenly a blow lands. The dummy is cut to pieces. Revan stands before him, Adena, a young genius from a side branch of the family. He makes a dramatic entrance, but William responds with cold insolence. To cut someone else's mannequin is a disgrace. Suspecting that his father taught him bad manners, Revan flares up, declaring that he no longer respects William. He cannot understand the insolence of the direct heir. He has neither strength nor mana. The tension mounts, and the swords end up at each other's temples. The angry relative threatens to kill William right now. Revan swings his sword, but William doesn't even move. He is sure that he will not be able to harm him. John panics and asks why he doesn't duck, but William calmly tells him not to worry. At this moment, an escort appears and separates the boys, interrupting the fight. He reminds, until the meeting of the true swords, combat between them is forbidden. Otherwise, William may refuse. Revan is led away. He casts an angry look and whispers through his teeth that they will meet in battle again. In the evening, John reproaches the hero for getting into a fight with a strong opponent. William, however, is unperturbed. He just wanted to show who is who and knock the arrogance out of the upstart. While John complains about the summoned old man, William studies the theory and development schemes. He learns about Revan's special ability, a man of steel, strengthening the body through hard training. This is part of the so-called technology tree, a system of growth through deepening into one force. The next day, he goes out to train again with a sword in his left hand. From the first blows, it becomes clear that the body is weak, and the audience is already laughing at him. Merlin, the second in command, intervenes and sharply puts all the mockers in their place. He believes that it is premature to draw conclusions. The boy has only just begun his journey. Despite his weakness, William stubbornly continues to hit the dummy, blow after blow. John suggests going into the woods to train so as not to hear the ridicule. William calmly refuses. He has no intention of hiding, because he is used to people looking down on him. He remembers Sam, the one-armed warrior who gained respect against all odds. Suddenly, Merlin gives him an advanced restoration potion as a sign of recognition. The training continues, and gradually he begins to feel his inner strength come alive. In the evening, he studies the theory again. Movements, points of support, body rotation. If you do everything correctly, you can feel mana in your heart, just like in a past life. He tries, concentrates, and at some point, he really feels this flow. During the evening training, his sword cuts through a dummy. This is a real victory. Will brings breakfast, but provokes again. The plate contains only an empty bottom with scraps. William looks on calmly, does not react immediately, but makes it clear. Next time, he will not forgive. Will boasts that he used to be a murderer and a bandit, and now he serves him. The hero replies that fear is a bad way to control people. He is not going to share his power. Will is shocked. William has telepathy and already feels mana. Everything changes before our eyes. He leaves, confused, not knowing what to feel for the new William and unable to understand him. In the morning, the minister examines the mannequins and notices a cut one, too neatly to be an accident. He is amazed. William uses only wooden swords, but the technique is amazing. In the morning, the main character takes off his shirt and throws it to Will, who easily catches it and immediately brings a new one. John chuckles, noticing how submissive the formerly cocky Will has become. William carefully examines his sweater, noticing that the fabric is cheap, not in keeping with his status, and even harmful to nature. His suspicions grow stronger. Someone is saving on things and even on food. That means the money is going somewhere. John freezes. Is this really about stealing? William doesn't blame Will. He's just a pawn. The real source of the problem is obviously higher up. Across the academy, Revan is training again, slicing through the air with his lightsaber with obsessive fury. William's words torment his mind. Humiliation and doubt settle inside like poison. The father arrives. His voice reminds us how much is at stake for Revan in the upcoming battle. For their family, this is a chance to escape. Revan does not argue, realizing that defeating William could return his father's lost glory. Meanwhile, John bursts into William's room with a book full of dossiers of rivals. William is amazed. The ghost seemed to read the thoughts of his opponents and meticulously prepared for this moment. He understands how serious his friend is. He vows not just to win, but to give John a victory that is much more significant than expected. He calls Will and gives him a task to deliver one important message on his behalf. Will goes where William himself is not yet ready to appear. Before Will, Raelsa, a ruthless manager who makes even him tremble. He nervously relays William's words to her, where he demands that the head of the family personally come to the meeting of the true swords. Raelsa is at first outraged. This is impossible. The head of the family has never attended such events. But in William's words, conveyed through Will, she hears not a request, but a threat. Raelsa is confused. He could have come himself, but chose to send a servant, demonstrating his authority. She goes to the head of the family and conveys his challenge. The gray-haired lord is surprised and intrigued. William challenges the status. He doubts, how can a weak boy claim the value of his family? But Raelsa insists. It is precisely because he is weak that he decided to prove his strength publicly. She swears to be a witness. If William does not live up to expectations, she is ready to pay with her head. The head of the family does not understand why she needs this, but she feels that something has changed in her. Her weakness, her guilt, are now William's weapon. He saw her fear and used it. Yet he admits that the way she expresses devotion is very reminiscent of the style of Sarvana, her mother. Her son has more and more of her steps. He sighs and agrees. The head of the family will attend the meeting. The day of the gathering of the true swords has arrived. The arena is buzzing. The children are joining the fight. Revan is determined, confident that he will defeat William. Chief Khan is spotted on the throne. The young fighter thinks that he came to look at him. The battle begins. Revan fights rather roughly. There is a glint in his eyes. At one point his sword is broken, but it is restored thanks to his special ability. Second battle. Revan breaks through the enemy's shield. Father rejoices. The public admires the strength of the young heir, calling him a rising star. Watching this picture, William believes that the fighters rely only on their own characteristics. In his opinion, there is no combat experience in their movements, just a show of strength. Having finally defeated another opponent, Revan declares himself as a leader. According to the rules, his next fight is with his relative William Adenka. William accepts the challenge, adding a strange condition. He will fight with his left hand and a wooden sword. He also allows Revan to land the first 3 strikes. The crowd is shocked. Everyone is wondering, is this madness or a cunning calculation? Even the head of Khan is surprised. Nevertheless, he allows the fight. When everything is ready, The referee waves the flag to signal the start of the fight. Revan attacks without holding back. The first one misses. The second is parried. The third one turned into a defeat. William throws Revan to the ground. It's time to fulfill the promise. He steps forward. Everyone is confused by his determination and unexpected tenacity. Revan is stunned. His father is furious and demands his son to rise and fight. The crowd is confused as to how it is possible that an opponent without mana turned out to be stronger. Jon doesn't understand what happened. William demonstrates the basics of martial arts. Meanwhile, his opponent is angry, accusing him of unfair force and losing his temper. Another swing from Revan. Jon advises to dodge, but William follows his intuition. He uses the moment to direct a blow at the boy's sacrum, sending him flying. William asks to prevent the tragedy before he does something irreversible. Activating Risk, the technique uses mana only once. In the air, the opponent is vulnerable. The air cuts through space and energy. Revan loses his arm. The crowd is shocked. The referee raises the flag. Victory. Revan's father is in a panic. Medics are running but can't help. The judge repents. He was unable to stop the tragedy. William has stood firm, and the boss praises him. The promise is fulfilled. The value is proven. Everyone is invited to the award ceremony. There the chief hands over the miraculous stone. William kneels down, ready to accept the reward. But Revan's father interrupts the ceremony, accusing the winner of cheating. The doctor interrupts him, saying that the arm cannot be reattached or restored. Revan's wound proves too severe. Even the priests cannot heal his arm. The healers are at a loss. Such a wound seems to have been cut by a force that is not susceptible to divine charms. Revan's father is furious, accusing the Adena family of dark magic and devilish interference. The leader remains calm, but the people begin to whisper about the possible power of the apostle. William watches what is happening. He does not interfere, but his decision is maturing. Jon is surprised. The situation is getting out of control, and William's victory is under threat. The head reminds he makes all decisions at the meeting. An attempt at contradiction is a challenge to authority. For his insolence, Charles Adena is arrested right before the meeting, as a symbol of disobedience. The headman softly but firmly states, there is no second punishment in their family. He forgives Revan's father, as a father forgives a father, but demands silence and humility. William remains the center of attention. Jon is internally proud, although embarrassed. The priest realizes with horror that only a miraculous stone can return his lost hand. William announces that he will give up his stone in exchange for Revan's severed hand. Revan's father is shocked. He is ready to sacrifice his hand for his son. William stops him, cutting the sword and not allowing him to commit a rash act. He says that a miracle is more valuable than a sacrifice and hands over the stone voluntarily with dignity. The head approves of William's actions and admires his maturity and strength of spirit. The priest says a prayer. In a blaze of light, Revan's hand is restored. His father cries with relief as he hugs his son. The tragedy recedes. Jon and William mentally discuss the price of victory. The miraculous stone has been given away. The artifact could heal the mind, give strength, but William chose the path of humanity. Will is amazed after overhearing the conversation. He learns to choose loyalty over fear by watching William. In the evening, he tells William that he will soon prepare dinner, and he relaxes in his chairs. There is a knock at the door. A doctor comes and introduces himself as a priest of the goddess Gaia. He thanks William for helping Revan and hands him the miraculous stone. The priest admits that he himself was unable to help, and the young gentleman's actions shocked him. He returns the stone as a sign of respect and also gives a second-class plaque. Jon is amazed. Such a rank is rare. It gives the right to free treatment. The priest leaves, thanks him, and says that he has learned a lot. Thinking, William admires his friend's actions and the latter is embarrassed by his unexpected sincerity. John recalls the time his father invited the winner of a sword meet to dinner, surmising that William might be invited too, if he was lucky. After thinking for a bit, the main character decides to go to the head of the family himself. On the way, he is met by his stepmother, a former martial arts master, and taken to his father. In the office, the head congratulates his son, but puts pressure on him with his presence. William realizes that this is a test and notices that his father is not the leader. The father acknowledges his powers of observation and breaks down the barrier by getting down to business. He mentions Charles Aiden's concerns, so he decides to set up a test. The stepmother refutes the experiences, since she has eyes that see the truth. But she believes that William's technique is reminiscent of the style of the legendary hero king and requires explanation. William is at a loss as to how to respond without revealing the secret. John warns that his stepmother is able to detect lies using her sight. William is in a panic, afraid that his mother will see his vulnerability and reveal his deception. But he wants to take the first step through fear, saying that the rest will come by itself. After thinking for a while, he declares that he has received an epiphany, without naming the source of his knowledge. The stepmother is surprised. Enlightenment without a blessing is considered suspicious. She threatens holy judgment, questions his motives. At this point, John whispers words that William repeats, confidently passing the test. The argument about the miraculous stone confuses the stepmother and disarms her for a while. He admits that he mastered the sword not through inspiration, but through personal determination. William stresses that he has chosen to change despite the risk of suspicion. He speaks of a desire to excel others for the sake of his family and his father. His confession commands respect. The father is secretly pleased with his son's decision. The stepmother agrees, although she warns of a possible conflict with the other family. The head of the family gives permission to study martial arts and enter the library. As a reward, William receives his father's sword, the Crimson Lotus, a family heirloom. The stepmother reminds about the next stage, the battle with the Crimson Demon in the fortress. A woman considered an enemy suddenly gives advice. Her motives remain a mystery. She could have set up the hero, but she didn't. That means more than it seems. As the hero leaves, she mentally turns to the late Sarvana, William's mother. The stepmother feels that the young man is growing not only as a fighter, but also as something more. The house is bustling with life. The servants argue about who is more devoted to William. John is surprised. Access to the family's secret library is open only to the elite. Together with William, they search for information about events that happened 500 years ago and find nothing. History erased. Too precise, too clean. This is no accident. William is sure that someone tried to bury the truth about the sword's past and mastery. To defeat the demon, he needs a new understanding of the sword and power. The hero remembers the fighter who mastered the king-hero style and tries to understand who he is. John almost hears the truth, but he cannot perceive it. Reality refuses to let him in. Their attention is drawn to a strange book, a love story among military treatises. Under the guise of a love story lies ancient knowledge about the properties of manhwa and images. The features are not caused by the image. Instead, the flow of mana itself summons them. The heroes are shocked. This contradicts everything they have been taught. It is possible to accumulate mana without an image. But this is the path of the few. This knowledge is dangerous, but it can give them a chance against the demon. Sari, a maid who has returned after a long absence, appears. She is shocked by the news of William's victory and cannot hold back her emotions. He tries to cheer her up. For the first time, he shows sympathy. They are interrupted by Revan, who demands a private conversation. The tension between them is growing. There is a premonition of a duel in the air. Revan suddenly draws his sword, intending to pay for the past. William rises to meet them. A new battle begins. He understands that the previous technique will no longer work. The enemy now knows about his fencing. He rushes to the Crimson Lily sword, but not for battle, for a decision. He orders Sari to leave, realizing that fighting is now his choice. But instead of striking, Revan bows his head and admits to the weakness he showed in the past. He talks about his guilt towards his father and about the cowardice that he does not want to repeat. Then he hands over the sword, as if transferring his honor and right to make a decision. Sari is confused. She did not expect such a change from young Revan. William watches from the sidelines. Ironic, but attentive. The boy is growing. Jon is skeptical but admits the gesture Ravana means more than words. He returns the sword. Revan is accepted as long as he remains loyal. Sarah observes, the changes in William are real. The past is just a shadow. Jon suggests the idea of trying to use Revan's gift. The stepmother announces soon, a trip to the Crimson Demon, a ritual available only to those who have inner strength. A demon is not a creature, but a test that requires spiritual maturity and willpower. William is already preparing. Revan is teaching him the art of concentration and mana manipulation. He teaches him how to create a loop, the basis of the Dwarf King's blessing. To direct the flow, Revan must maintain control over William's life. Revan, although hesitant, nevertheless agrees, having sworn allegiance. William continues to move forward. Risk, pain, and self-confidence have become habitual. Jon is worried. The pace is dangerous. The loops are unstable. Everything could fall apart. William is on the edge. The flow is almost complete. He does not want to retreat. A discharge, a flash, an explosion. Magic breaks out of control. Revan is thrown back and William is barely able to stay on his feet. There is a heated discussion in the chief's office about the upcoming Crimson Fortress. The stepmother is confident that after defeating a 2-star fighter, William has a chance. After the explosion, William is alive but exhausted. Revan claims that the process that took him 6 months, William began in a week. He counters, it will be done in a month. Jon is shocked. This pace is deadly. William is lost in thought for a moment, thinking that he has died again and started all over again. Ryelsa carries an urgent message. William must complete the initiation rite within a month. She finds the room destroyed. Traces of unstable mana are obvious. Chief Kemmerger demands an explanation, amazed by the scale of the disorder. William tries to justify himself, but Sarah is furious. The danger is obvious. Ryelsa confirms. The head of the house has big plans. There is no time. Jon is amazed. The deadlines were not set earlier. His father is clearly preparing an heir. Ryelsa vows to accompany William to the test if he is ready. William accepts the challenge. A month is enough to prove himself. Revan is dubious. Such rapid progress is impossible without consequences. Yet they begin in-depth training, ignoring the risks. The mana chain stabilizes. William ends the flow early. Jon is surprised. They are ready for the next stage earlier than expected. Revan decides not to retreat. He wants to see success with his own eyes. Manifestation begins. Mana is woven with precision to cause contact. The space trembles. The spirit of the king of the gnomes appears, ancient and powerful. William receives his first blessing, strengthening of the body. In 2 weeks he achieves what takes months. Jon is amazed. No one from their family has ever achieved such success. William is confident that he can now advance in the art of fighting. They set off for the lair of the Crimson Demon without waiting for the time. A carriage rushes down the road, carrying 2 humans and 1 demigod, heading towards the Crimson Demon's lair. Jon is irritated. Everything is repeating itself. The same thing generation after generation for the sake of proof of strength. Ryelsa reminds that the Crimson Demon requires a level of at least 3 stars, and William has less than that. Jon recalls, William didn't even ask about the nature of the demon, as if he was sure of victory in advance. This worries him. William is reserved and calm. The demon is not a mystery to him, but an old acquaintance, already defeated in the past. Raelsa advises to be careful. His fighting style is unconventional, and the enemy can take advantage of this. William notices that she is helping not just as a guard. There is a personal motive and plan in Raelsa's actions. He guesses the weakness she allowed him to notice. The carriage stops. Ahead is the ancient temple where the first head of the Arslan family died. The walls of the temple preserve the memory of the battle with the follower of the archdemon. Coincidence with the demon is unlikely. Raelsa sets up a mana dome. Only one monster will pass through, the demon that is expected. The space darkens. A crimson giant with a scythe emerges from the shadows. The demon has awakened. William steps forward, confident in himself, even though the fight begins with a furious charge from the enemy. Instead of running, he closes in. Against a long gun, that's the only sensible choice. Raelsa is amazed. At 14 years old, he acts like an experienced warrior, knowing the price of every mistake. His ability, inherited from the Dwarf King, helps him withstand the stress of combat. William analyzes the fight. The demon reveals itself after each blow. This is his vulnerability. His body strengthens. He finds a point of interweaving in the demon's mental structure. The blow is accurate. The scythe is knocked out. The crimson essence is destroyed. The demon disappears. But this is not the end. Raelsa is shocked. The demon always had 2 lives. She understands that the fight is not over. As William stands, a second form of the entity rises up behind him. The crimson demon rises again. The second life was expected, but far from the last. William barely escapes the blow. The scythe flashes nearby. The demon's speed has increased. Externally, he had also changed. Distortions and metamorphoses over 5 centuries had strengthened his body. The demon is furious. The air shakes from the blows. The space behind William is blocked. He can't retreat. The fight is trapped. He has to improvise without losing control. The thought is clear. The demon is driving him into a corner again to deliver a fatal blow without missing. This isn't just a fight. It's a repetition of past events, like someone playing an old game. Raelsa watches the battle. Her intervention means William's defeat as a warrior. But another face appears in her memory. A woman with a proud look and unforgettable courage. Sometime in the past, she was offered to begin the path to mastery and leave her former life as a thief. The decision was not easy. A harsh fate, a wounded body, hunger. Everything pulled me back. But the offer sounded like a chance to be more than just a runaway. So she began her journey. A woman named Sarvana, the one who later gave the world William. She left, leaving her son in caring but stern hands. Raelsa vowed to protect him. Her duty is to make this child a master, who is recognized in every corner of the country. Fragments of memories emerge, quarrels, overheard conversations, desperate cries. All this formed William, funny, stubborn, brave. It is impossible not to admit. She remembers how she once saw in him not just the offspring of a great family, but a spark. There was hope in him, and Raelsa felt it. Even if everything around her said otherwise, thoughts return to the present. The demon attacks again. William is in danger. At the last moment before the blow, a figure appears. Someone throws himself between him and the scythe. This is Revan. He shields William, taking the blow. He steps between William and the demon, intercepting the deadly blow of the scythe with his chest. His plan is to buy some time until the young master gets ready. Inside, William activates a flow of mana, creating a complex, intertwined chain shape from it. He goes into battle meditation, causing even Raelsa to doubt his sanity. The demon advances. Revan, risking everything, meets the attack with his chest and repels it with his sword. The blow is too strong. The defense collapses. A wave of energy breaks the blade in half. He does not give up. Disarmed, he catches the demon's scythe with his bare hands, holding it. William, waiting for the right moment, delivers a precise blow with his sword, saving Revan. The demon retreats, wounded. Raelsa is shocked. Their plan was more thought out than it seemed. This was all a test. The young master wanted to show the strength of his ally. The barrier set up earlier limits the number of opponents inside the ritual. Defeating the first demon is just the beginning. A second, more terrifying version is on the way. William takes out a magic stone, strengthening his body for the final technique. He knows he can only get 2 hits in. That should be enough. A new demon rises. Its core is visible through its regenerating body, a weak point. William uses ancient sword art, piercing the demon with the first strike. With the second blow, he cuts through the core, leaving no chance for revival. Raelsa watches, amazed. Everything she believed in is being confirmed before her eyes. The battle is over, but the price is high. William's body is exhausted. Blood is flowing from it. He can hardly stand on his feet, but inside he is determined to continue on his way. However, a new threat begins to form on Earth, an ancient stone snake. Raelsa realizes that the ancient guardian was created at the same time as the temple, and was only activated now. Adenka kinship and calling on the snake to submit. But the creature is old, damaged, and unstable, losing combat accuracy. Raelsa orders Revan to take William away from the danger zone. As Revan carries William away, powerful magic flares behind them as the snake attacks. Raelsa uses a hidden technique, cutting through the rocks and breaking free from the rubble. However, the battle is not over. A purple flash appears in the air, the awakening of the true threat. From the snake's body emerges the guard's secondary form, a small, deadly, magical beetle. While everyone is in confusion, Raelsa rushes forward and destroys the beetle with a precise blow. Finding themselves unharmed, Revan and William are grateful but amazed by her reflexes and speed. Raelsa understands that the temple's antiquity hid the presence of this form, but William was able to notice it. Nearby, they find an ancient chest, which turns out to be protected by a guard. Inside lies a magical relic, a dragon bone left by the first head of Arslan. She hands over the relic to William, recognizing him as the rightful heir to the find. William divides the relic in 2 and offers her the other half as equal. Elsewhere, the head of the Adenka clan stands before the swords, listening to Raelsa's story. She describes the exploits of Revan and William, emphasizing their strength and mutual trust. The bone is presented as evidence. The leader orders it to be destroyed to verify its authenticity. Raelsa uses a freezing technique, but even it is unable to damage the artifact. The bone rejected destruction, proof of its authenticity and connection to William. The head of the family thinks. His son turned out to be a bearer of exceptional strength and will. He orders, protect the heir at any cost. The leader looks at one of the swords, sensing that his son's path is just beginning. The squad returns home. Will rushes to William in tears, but is stopped. He needs rest. Will is afraid to go to the Crimson Fortress. An argument with Sari reveals his anxiety about monsters and masters. As the argument continues, John and William notice something strange. A stream of mana coming from Sari. William learns the girl's last name and is amazed. She is from the Hisley family, owners of a rare magical body. Hisley family studied mana and the body, and were also connected to an ancient relic, the divine sacrum. The magical body prolongs life by absorbing mana and grants power comparable to a relic. Sari talks about her grandmother, the only person she has close to her. William feels empathy for her for the first time. John ponders why such a powerful family fell. Everything points to a deliberate concealment of their knowledge. Sari reveals that William's mother, Sarvana, was also from the Hisley family. This shocks everyone. Sarvana's name is forbidden in the family. The head of the family always becomes gloomy when she is mentioned. Sarvana hired outcasts, including Raelsa. Her kindness opened the way for many. William realizes that Raelsa is helping him not out of duty, but out of loyalty to his mother. Main Kemmerger says goodbye to Revan. William asks him to look into the truth about the Hisley family. He hopes that in the depths of history there remain traces of truth, hidden from persecutors. They shake hands before parting, Revan promising to be stronger for their next meeting. He asks Raelsa to train him before he goes to the Crimson Fortress, not as an aristocrat, but as a warrior. She agrees, realizing that his destiny is now her new vow. Chief Kemmerger warns, the training will be brutal. Only a blow to her will prove his worth. The training begins. William learns to link mana and trait to awaken his power. Raelsa doesn't let him use his old tricks. He has to grow, not in the way, but in the essence. During the fight, she almost wounds him in the eye, testing his will and instincts. She reminds me of Duelin, a priest who can help if needed. The training lasts a week. William has learned to see mana, but his speed is still lagging. Raelsa easily finds herself behind him. A double blow, and he falls, exhausted. Despite her fatigue, respect awakens in her. He is progressing faster than expected. Raelsa is tired. The swords are breaking one after another. She plans to complain to the blacksmith. She comes to the gunsmith. Without knocking straight to his face, she accuses him. The weapon has become worse. Hansen is surprised. Such damage is rare unless there was a fight with magicians or monsters. Raelsa confesses. The swords were broken by the young Lord Wenchen with a giant flower. The mention of William angers the gunsmith, who is unhappy with him owning the lotus. Later, Raelsa brings Hansen to William's chambers to show him that very sword. Hansen recognizes the blade as his own work, the Crimson Lotus, once forged by him. Julian explains that Hansen was a renowned swordsmith who abandoned his title to produce simple swords. He was despised for this, but William calls his act noble, for the sake of life, not glory. William bows to the blacksmith, acknowledging his greatness, even if it is lost to others. Hansen is ironic but touched, recalling how the head of the house once supported his choice. William hands Hansen the sword, who must test its strength and magical trace. Hansen finds no damage. The sword seems to cut through the air without resistance. He asks William to show him the technique, but he hesitates, because he is already exhausted. John reminds that William used the techniques twice, and that he shouldn't overexert himself. Soon they are interrupted by Sari, who is unhappy with the noise in the night, and the fact that Hansen is working again. Raelsa explains, Sari is like a daughter to Hansen. He saved her in the past. Sari leaves, outraged, and William promises to visit them in the morning. In the morning, William demonstrates sword technique. The effect amazes Hansen. The blacksmith admits that the technique is reminiscent of the ancient styles of heroes and demons, a very rare sight. He agrees to make a sword for William. But there is one but. To create the weapon, you need a rarity, a mastodon horn, which is almost impossible to obtain. William and Julian are shocked. They just got such a horn in the last battle. Hansen is shocked. Fate brought him together with the right people at the right time. William asks not to forge a new sword, but to embed the horn into the lotus to preserve its symbolism. Hansen agrees because he respects the memory and will of the young man. In 3 weeks, he promised to return the blade with a new heart. Hansen's house is engulfed in crimson fire, the result of unstable mana. William notices that Sari is in shock, which is a worrying sign. He decides to break inside immediately using combat equipment. His sword destroys the magical layers and mana surrounding the house. William finds a nearly unconscious Hansen and pulls him out. The way back is cut off. The fire has intensified. There is no way out. John suggests defending himself by holding out until the sword fades. William uses the Samion family's sword technique, soft steel destroyer. His mana obeys his will, forming a dome that extinguishes the nearest flame. They survive. Hansen comes to his senses, surprised by William's style. John realizes that William has a technique that only Samiona could know. Suspicion falls on the head of the family, Samion. Perhaps everything was set up. Hansen explains that the dragon bone proved too strong. William asks to create a new sword, feeling a resonance with the current one. Hansen replies that the bones ran out and everything burned. Sarvana enters the room and brings another bone. Hansen is amazed. Such bones are almost impossible to reobtain. The girl says that she is acting at the will of the master, hinting at a duty. A story emerges about receiving a bone 14 years ago as a reward for his martial arts journey. At this time, William is confident in his powers. He decides to defeat Raelsa and finally study her peculiarity. He offers to fight again. William activates the technique, but the strength is not enough. Raelsa is already hanging over him with a sword. He blocks her blow with the Crimson Lotus. An explosion occurs. The weapon remains intact, contrary to expectations. Raelsa is amazed. Her 4-star mana did not damage William's sword. William cuts through the air, seeing the streams of power. He uses a completely different tactic. The Lotus absorbs blows. It combines the properties of the owner and the bones of the dwarf. The sword became alive, flexible but strong. With it, William is on another level. Raelsa, not wanting to give in, suddenly accelerates and disappears from sight. William senses the mana, anticipates the deception, and catches her attack from behind. He stops the blade with his bare hands, knowing about the trap in advance. Counterattack, a technique of the Dwarf King, a variation of the double blade. Explosion, Raelsa loses her sword. William returns it, not wanting to win unfairly. Raelsa warns that opponents will not always be so noble. She awakens her peculiarity. Blue mana light gushes from her eyes. William inflicts a wound on her, cutting through her protective mana for the first time. He uses the power of the Dwarf King to cut through the very essence of her energy. Raelsa recognizes the young man's genius and gives him the promised lesson. She imparts the mana connection technique, the blessing of the Galaxy Wanderer. William attains the connection of the mana rings by entering into Lotus meditation. At the Crimson Fortress, the Dean and Headmaster discuss the admission of the family's 7th son. The deputy considers William a weakling and decides to eliminate the potential threat in advance. After training, John explains that the Crimson Fortress is located in the mountains, on the border with Samion's house, the former battlefield of heroes. Once upon a time, heroes fought off the Archdemon's invasion here and founded an academy to train new defenders. William suggests that the fortress contains Arslan's will, or perhaps a dragon bone. But John shares a legend of another treasure, a divine fruit that shines like a golden apple. The fruit is capable of healing any disease and even resurrecting the dead. It grows on a divine tree. Rumor has it that the academy was built specifically to protect this tree and its wonderful fruits. William and John, knowing that they have less than 9 years to live, decide to find the fruit at all costs. The little god explains that financial assistance from outside is prohibited in the fortress in order to exclude the influence of families. John had previously invested in the Magic Tower, a powerful organization that trains the best magicians. The main figure there was Varnelli Pagoda, a brilliant sorceress and co-owner of the tower. But suddenly, news comes. Varnelli died during a magical explosion. John's investments are lost. John is in despair, screaming about his lost money. But William calls for respect for the dead. Varnelli bequeathed everything to her younger brother, who was considered a disgrace to the family and devoid of talent. He is shocked. Despite her exile, his sister believed in him and passed on everything she had. The younger brother decides to follow in Varnelli's footsteps. He intends to prove that he is worthy of her memory. William believes they have 4 months left to strengthen before entering the fortress, and he is ready to take action. 4 months later, the team arrives in the mountains. Raelsa shows them the way, says a warm goodbye, and wishes them luck. William, John, Wilson, and Sari walk through the snow, led to a meeting with the director of the Crimson Fortress. Meanwhile, the director is interested. A monster has attacked the area, but she is advised to send swordsmen. Her subordinate Vargan takes charge of William's meeting and immediately shows contempt for him. He recognizes Raelsa and gets angry. Such strong security is only given to complete idiots, he thinks. Vargan decides to get rid of William before he enters the academy, not giving him a chance. He announces the beginning of the first test. The conquest of the elite monster begins suddenly. The deputy director starts the exam. Illusory monsters descend on the mountain path. The team climbs up to the fortress, noticing a blue flash and a silhouette. A predator emerges from the snowy darkness. A blue-eyed white tiger attacks with a roar. William activates the crimson sword and moves to intercept, assessing the strength of his training. He gives his friends the order to run, knowing the beast's habits. It will rush after the fastest target. The tiger takes off, but something is wrong with him. He seems not alive, but created by an illusion. William tries to strike, but another tiger appears from behind, forcing him to retreat. Dozens of white tigers are visible on the slope. There are abnormally many of them, and they never hunt in packs. John, analyzing the magical signals, comes to the conclusion: all tigers are skillful magical illusions. Controlled by the mind, the illusory beasts act in a coordinated manner. The person controls them from afar. Illusions persist as long as the connecting element, the core that powers all magic, holds together. John explains the scheme to William. By destroying the source, all the created monsters can be dispersed. At the top of the mountain, a motionless silhouette is visible. It is the magic knot that holds the spell. William uses the ice walk technique, covering the distance to the summit in an instant. The deputy is shocked. Raelsa's technique is in William's hands. He is clearly not an ordinary student. A duel begins on the mountain. The deputy director tries to protect the source, but runs into a crimson sword. William strengthens the blade with dragon bones, creating an absolute cut with pure magical flow. He doesn't destroy the illusion with brute force. He carefully disconnects the mana from the control circuit. Illusions dissolve as if they had never existed. The exam is completed without unnecessary bloodshed. The examiners are amazed. The young man not only fights, but also demonstrates a deep knowledge of magic. The fortress gates open. William is officially recognized as worthy. He has passed the first test. Magister Vargan greets him with respect, noting that the young man will now have a patron. John is happy. Now they can get a sponsor, get their investment back, and start a new game. The fortress is home to mages, warriors, teachers, cadets, and families. The population grows with their services. Vargan reports that they will now live in a dormitory, and their statuses will be cancelled. William takes it calmly, realizing that respect will soon disappear. Sari admires the new uniform. It is intended for the 9th rank. The dean explains the ranking system, from 9th to 1st, then the final exam. Vargan is surprised by William's knowledge. The boy from a family of swordsmen understands magic. To survive, William must find the divine fruit, his only chance. Vargan considers the interest in the divine fruit to be childish naivety, but does not deny the legend. William is serious. He can't take any risks. He needs the fruit. The carriage stops at the 9th rank dormitory, the place of their new start. The servants live on the 1st floor. William in room 5 on the 3rd. Vargan presents a badge with a sun, the symbol of a cadet of the 9th rank. In the room, he is met by students standing at attention, and a tense atmosphere can be felt. Someone addresses William, a voice from the past. His older brother, Malone, who bullied William as a child. Malone, he behaves brazenly, demonstrating his power, and slaps one of the guys. William is reserved but determined and silently punches Malone in the jaw. He gets indignant and attacks. William dodges and counters with a punch, showing off his height. He stands in front of everyone and demands that they overcome their fear and become worthy masters. Malon is furious, takes out his sword, and attacks William from behind. John calmly notes that with luck, this will all turn into an unexpected but valuable opportunity. In a nearby village, the director of the Crimson Tower fights monsters with dignity. A local offers her a drink, but she refuses. The dean suddenly appears and asks for a drink, complaining about his superiors. Over the meal, the director asks about the heir apparent, William Adenka, and his strange adversary. She is perplexed. William destroyed not the target, but the connecting link. This confuses her. The director is told, even the 7-star masters have not heard about what William destroyed and with what technology. She is not surprised, since other heirs also did incredible things, like destroying a snow mountain. The conversation suddenly turns to mockery. William is called a coward, comparable to Sir Varga. Suddenly, the stone speaks. Urgent call to the dean. Something has gone wrong in the fortress. Malone and William officially requested a fight with a mediator. This is an extremely rare occurrence. The dean appeared in person. According to the rules, he is obliged to approve the fight between the direct heirs. The person in charge of the dormitory makes excuses, but the dean decides to turn a blind eye to the incident. Malin hisses, accusing William of being cunning, but he laughs, taking it as a compliment. The dean solemnly allows the fight and demands a fair fight from both. William draws the Crimson Lotus sword, shocking Malin. Is it really a fake? Malin declares that he is ready to bet his right wrist that the sword is fake, and will be punished. William replies that he will make him surrender. Malin puts his hand forward, he activates the suppression feature, his aura makes everyone except William tremble. John explains that this is a characteristic of fear, but William is unperturbed. The spirit gives him strength. He says, a swordsman does not fear a swordsman. His mind is clear, and his will is unbreakable. Malin is shocked. William did not react to his suppression in any way. He is absolutely calm. The crowd is delighted. Malon's spell did not work. William stands unharmed. Malin accuses him of trickery and attacks with sword and mana. But William disappears. He suddenly appears behind the enemy and delivers a swift blow. The sword slides. The ice technique merges with the maneuver. Malone barely parries the attack. He blocks, but he understands. William's body has become stronger. When did he have time? Malin is thrown back, almost defeated. Even Dean is amazed at the speed of his progress. Everyone knew that Malin was the strongest of the cadets, despite his reputation as a non-entity. But William threatens his position by casting doubt on Malone's past achievements. A wounded cadet, previously humiliated by Malin, dreams of becoming as strong as William. A girl approached the cadet and explained, the suppression feature is only secondary. The main one is much more dangerous. John, maddened, shouts for William to finish off his brother. After all, he has almost won. Suddenly a flash of light and a stream of energy covers the arena. Everyone freezes. Exclamation, this is one of the blessings of the great God who owns electricity. William can hardly stand on his feet. His consciousness is trembling. William stands on his feet with a burn on his hand. John is shocked by Malin's hidden ability. Malin's special ability, the micropulse, the power of a giant's mind, is activated publicly for the first time. John remembers Malone's bullying and is shocked that he hid it throughout his childhood. Brother says he didn't need training. Everyone was inferior to even one of his traits. William accuses Malone of disrespecting the efforts of others and being irresponsible for his power. Malin laughs at William's injury and challenges him to continue the fight. He releases a stream of energy, but William dodges, reminding him of the oath for the brush. William prepares an absolute cut of the king of the gnomes. He has one chance left. Malin catches up with him from above, screaming that he will kill him and calling him a parasite. A powerful explosion shakes the arena. Malin can't cope with his own mana. Debris falls as Dean protects Sari and orders the cadets to be evacuated. William dodges by moving along the walls, but falls, having exhausted the power of the ice walk. Vargan laughs, because it was his mistake. He underestimated the direct heirs. The Dean strengthens the magical barrier to contain the destruction. William finds himself trapped. The ice walk is over. His body is weakened. John advises to cut not the enemy, but the arena itself, to change the target of the blow. William pushes off, jumping towards the dome, activating the power one last time. Malin aims lightning at the ceiling, hoping to finish him off, and gets caught. William uses an absolute cut and rips the magic dome apart from above. The debris falls with a crash, crushing Malone under a stone slab. William jumps on top and says that he is fulfilling his oath as a martial artist. He takes the sword given to him by his father and says that he is now defending his honor. Malin begs the younger not to hurt the older one, but William's eyes are full of determination. With one swing, William cuts off Malone's hand. The oath is fulfilled. A cry of pain interrupts the Dean's thoughts about the upper-class barrier. The barrier was closed and multi-layered, but William cut through it with one swing of his sword, as impossible as it was. William declares that the duel is over. He is the winner. He is ready to kill his brother if he is not stopped. Vargan is silent. Malone himself set the conditions for the battle. He must answer for his words. Meanwhile, Will brings in a fifth-grade priest. William has been found to have a second-class symbol. Even the priest is shocked. The young master can receive treatment as the former owner of the symbol. William asks to heal his hand. The priest obediently complies. Malin screams furiously, demanding to be healed too. But William smirks. This is the price for defeat. He offers Malone a choice: honor or right hand, humiliation or eternal disability. John rejoices. After all, revenge is very sweet. The priest warns Malone. The treatment will not give him his former strength. The crowd comes running. Malin is defeated. Those he hit are shocked and delighted. The boy Sizen looks at William with awe, dreaming of becoming just like him. Noticing his gaze, William turns around, answering, "Fear is the only enemy. By defeating it, you can achieve more." Malin, gnashing his teeth, holds the stone. He can still use the giant's blessing and strike his brother. But the Dean interrupts him, threatening him and asking him not to create new problems. A week later, William visits Dean Vargan Pagoda, who greets him with cold irony. The young gentleman mentions the Dean's sister, but the condolences are 4 months late, which is not very encouraging. William admits that he was not looking for pity, but for the truth about Varnelli Pagoda. Vargan suspects manipulation, but William denies it. He says Varnelli's story made him look at himself in a new way. Vargan is surprised. How can she, a simple mercenary, inspire the heir? But he admits that he himself ran away from the Samion family and became a mercenary, and then a dean. Malin returns to the room with the other students. No one pays attention to him, so he lies down on the bed silently, harboring hatred. The desire to kill William is growing inside him. Suddenly, something red comes up to him. A voice whispers, "Does Malin want the spirit to help him and make a contract?" William starts talking about feelings and pain, but the dean abruptly interrupts him, asking him to end the conversation. He reproaches William for his youth, lack of ranking stars, and inappropriate moralizing. But his words still pierce the dean. He hears in them not reproach, but sympathy. William says that instead of revenge, he found the path of love and understanding. And Vargan is familiar with this. He admits that his talented sister Varnelli has overshadowed him since childhood. Constant comparisons with her broke him. He ran away from home, unable to bear the burden of expectations. The Dean reveals himself for the first time and decides to become William's sponsor. This amazes everyone. Vargan has never sponsored anyone. John rejoices. His money was not wasted on sponsorship. William mentally thanks John for his ability to speak from the heart and touch even the hardened. Silvira appears, the second representative of the 9th rank cadre, who lives on another floor. She shakes William's hand, using her ability to see power and potential, but she can't read him. William is unhappy with this method of introduction and pulls his hand away. Silvira is embarrassed. She wonders what William is doing outside Vargan's office at such a late hour, and tries to intimidate him by telling the legend of the evil spirit Sam, a fragment of the soul of the archdemon, defeated 500 years ago. This spirit makes contracts, giving power but taking the soul once the goal is fulfilled. At this time, the spirit offers Malin a contract to return the throne, to gain power, to achieve everything he desires. And he agrees. Entering the room, William does not find his brother, and this makes him feel a little confused. At night, Saizen walked around the tower and came across Malin. But he was no longer him. He is attacked by a possessed man who cuts off his hand and persistently asks where the bastard William is. The spirit mocks, enjoying the fear, and praises Saizen for his courage because he pointed the sword at him. Malin grabs Saizen by the throat, as if he were passing judgment. The death penalty for insolence. Brande's mentor appears. His blow saves Saizen from execution. He accuses Malone of losing his honor and chivalry, but he only thirsts for pain and revenge. In the duel, Brande barely holds on. Saizen is ordered to raise the alarm. The signal sounds in the darkness. William senses danger and runs towards the blood. He orders Silvira to call for reinforcements, suspecting that this is far from an ordinary incident. They hurry outside. The alarm has already died down, but the silence only increases the alarm. Silvira remembers the ancient seal of Adenka, triangular, powerful, but requiring a master. William opens the door. A bloody Brand falls on the threshold, almost unconscious. A figure in a black aura towers over William, Malone, possessed and insane. William doesn't hesitate. He activates his power. The enemy is clearly beyond the human. Malone unleashes a force of oppression. The air shakes. People can barely stand on their feet. His power crushes the 5-row master. Fear penetrates even the most steadfast. William gathers the fighters and orders them not to surrender. The battle is not lost yet. He decides to replace the absent master in the press, even at the cost of his life. Standing in the center, he is ready to take the blow, just to buy time until help arrives. Silvira is in a panic. William is not suitable. He does not have 5 stars. He will die instantly. But William insists. He represents their house, and he must make a decision to protect everyone. Silvira does not argue, but orders a 3-sided protective seal to be created, pointing at William. Malone, overcome with anger, scoffs. Have they really chosen to fight rather than die? William responds with a sneer. Defeat in print would be a humiliation worse than death for Malone. Suddenly, John offers William to escape using the ice walk, but he refuses. If they leave, the rest will die. The 9th ranks will not survive the onslaught of the possessed Malone. Silvira shouts, "All cadets, stand in formation. We will begin activating the seal immediately." William stands in the center, reminding them that they must not hesitate, or everyone will die. Malin laughs, his demonic gaze blazing as he lunges at the seal. William easily repels his attack, causing Malin to question what is happening. He doesn't believe it. Is the boy really capable of withstanding the power of the seal and counterattacking? Malin strikes again, but feels resistance. William is on the edge. He notices that the demon's strength has changed. The intelligent giant inside him has become stronger. The possessed one screams, rage and magic pulsating through him with inhuman force. Someone whispers, "Archdemon, is it really Sam?" Horror appears on faces. After all, this means that Malin has made a contract. William inspires everyone, because the only fear a fighter is allowed is respect for strength, but not terror. Having cheered up, Selvyra decides to act, ordering the 9th rank cadets. At her signal, she releases Mana into the seal. Malona is thrown back, but he quickly gets up, full of hatred and determination to destroy them all. William under the seal shouts, "The masters will come soon." Malin still has a chance to surrender. The demon inside Malin separates, mockingly asking if he has forgotten his lust for murder. Malin's mana becomes heavy and dense as he prepares a decisive attack against the seal. Malin's sword flares, muscles grow, the earth shakes, magic goes out of control. Rocks explode from the ground. One of the fighters is knocked out of the seal. The structure of the seal is on the verge of failure. Malin jumps from above with his sword. The end is inevitable. But an explosion of light throws him back. It's Saizen, bleeding but alive, declaring that he's no longer afraid of him. The demon is furious. He was sure that Saizen and Bronda were already dead. How did they survive? William orders to hold the position. The seal is barely alive, but there is still a chance if we hold out. Everyone obediently forms a triangle again. The fighters, with their last strength, restore the seal. William can feel Saizen barely breathing. The seal is at its limit, but Malin is going to finish them off. And suddenly, an illogical flash. William has not moved, but he sees the path of the sword. What happened? William hesitates whether to strike his maddened brother or wait for reinforcements, but the seal is about to collapse. He makes up his mind. There is no more time. Therefore, he shouts to Selvyra that the seal is being destroyed. Everyone must get ready. William activates the technique, absolute cut, and rushes into battle. Malin accepts the challenge mockingly, ready to fight William seriously for the first time. William attacks as the galactic wanderer, but fails to hit. The sword's path eludes him. The demon laughs, threatening to roast William alive. Streams of energy from the heavens hit William. He can barely stand. His left arm is disabled. Selvyra and Saizen scream his name, but he flies back, charred, holding on to his sword with his last strength. He attacks again, maddened, but Malin intercepts his hand and begins to burn it. William endures pain. In his previous life, he would not have had a chance. But now, everything is different. He throws the sword to his right hand and breaks free from the grip. William's sword cuts off Malin's hand. The explosion shakes the field. William breathes heavily. Malona is shaking with rage because his little brother dared to cut off his hand twice. The evil spirit's aura disappears. The gap between him and Malin is broken by the black path of the sword. Mad with rage, the brother gathers mana to tear William to shreds. Streams are pouring from his eyes. Mana is boiling. William can't move. His whole body is paralyzed. An inner voice screams inside. He remembers everyone who fought for him and that he cannot stop here. He must find out what happened 500 years ago. Magic, the Adenka family, oaths, memory. Suddenly, Dean Vargan appears out of thin air and holds Malin back. His technique is a crystal prison. Malin is frozen and incapacitated, but not yet completely defeated. The director of the academy approaches. She tells William that he has shown inhuman resilience. William drops to one knee, thrusting his sword into the ground, exhausted, but not backing down. Suddenly his consciousness is transported into a mirror room, a mysterious space. There he sees John, or an illusion of him, turning into a flock of butterflies. William doesn't understand. Is this a vision, a dream, a memory, or something that is just beginning? Director Helga arrives at the fortress to speak with William's father, the head of the Adenka clan. Helga reports that among the 9th-rank cadets, there are 15 wounded, but no fatalities, and Mentor Bronde is dead. Saizen survived the deadly battle with Malone. Bronda's family was honored. The wounded will be treated, Khan replies. Helga blames herself for not coming earlier, but the chief says that it is not her fault. It is his son's fault. The contractors are dangerous. The question arises, why is Malone alive if people who make a contract with a demon die after depleting their power? The mages from the fortress did not find an explanation, but the cadet claims that the severed hand could not return. The chapter recalls the strange fencing, the way of the sword used by William. Malone will be punished. House arrest. The image will be stripped of its honor, and its tendons will be cut. They decide to reward William, but he is still unconscious and is in the main house. Meanwhile, William's consciousness wanders into a room of mirrors, where John speaks to him. They understand. They are locked in a space where sensations and memories are collected. William doesn't know if it's due to an absolute cut or a contract. This is a first for everything. In one of the mirrors, a conversation with Dean Vargan appears, an argument about training an intelligent giant. Vargan threatens, if Malin did not obey, he would end up on stage, where people die. Malin complied, and perhaps that is why his actions were tolerated until recently. A stream of giant mana emerges and John disappears, falling into black space. William hears his mother's voice and cannot understand whether it is a dream or his memory. He calls on teachers and comrades from the past. Nedia, Falcon, Arslan. The hero wants to know the truth. His chest is pierced by power. Chains are binding. He hears the voice of the prisoner, some secret inside. Arslan says he will fight for his brother's honor. After many years, he has matured. William tries to talk to Arslan, but the audibility is lost, and he disappears. See you in 500 years, says Arslan, but William doesn't have time to understand the meaning. The main character wakes up with a headache and is confused, not knowing what happened to him. John greets his awakening with relief, and Sari and Will burst into the room, not hiding their tears of joy, because William had been unconscious for a long time. The director of the Crimson Fortress, Helga, enters the room, expressing exaggerated warmth in her respect for William and rejoicing at his recovery. Helga invites William to take part in an upcoming friendly meeting to exchange combat experience, an event between the Adenka and Samion families. Malin was supposed to go to the meeting, but after his fall, the choice fell on William, the only one suitable in rank and age. William's opponent will be the 6th son of the family, Samion, a genius with a reputation as an invincible fighter who is hoped to be the future head of the family. Despite the risk, William firmly decides to participate in the duel, considering it impossible to give in under duress, even if it is a formality. His determination inspires Helga, who promises to support him, reminding him of the pressures and dangers ahead that are unlike any previous battles. At this time, the head of the Adenka family decides to reward William by engraving his name on the Crimson Monument of Heroes, despite the rarity of such an honor. William, remaining in his chambers, reflects on the impending event, realizing that a friendly meeting could become not just a formal battle, but the first step towards a future conflict between the great houses. He asks John to tell him everything he knows about his future opponent. And although there is little information, it becomes clear that the fight will be extremely difficult. John estimates William's chances as low. The absolute cut gives an advantage, but does not compensate for the difference in star level and combat experience. William refuses to remain idle, stating that despite his injuries, he must immediately return to training, limiting only his use of mana. John is outraged by his stubbornness, but cannot stop him. William begins his diligent training again, fighting the shadows of the past and preparing for the coming battle. As he ponders his inner thoughts, Revan, the very figure who began their sword story, approaches him, and their gazes meet again. William and Revan converse on the veranda, discussing recent events and injuries. Revan shares the results of his secret quest. He explains that his family has always been of average influence, but that his father has strangely had access to collections of true swords for decades. Revan is led into a secret archive hidden behind a false library door, a treasure trove of the ancient history of the Adena family. Revan's family has been guarding hidden truths for centuries, including the forbidden pages of the Hisley Chronicles. But access to these records is only possible after Revan becomes a full-fledged keeper. William thanks him for his trust. Revan hands over a magical crystal, a message from Hansen, who transmits the sword and the message through recorded mana. In the letter, the master explains why a sword made from dragon bone cannot be reforged. It is unstable and releases destructive flames when forged. However, he experimented with pieces of bone, learning that not all of it was infected, and with luck, a unique artifact could be created. Hansen ends the entry with a wish for strength and caution. William becomes determined to get more dragon bones. Revan retreats to the workshop, refusing to take any further risks, but expressing respect for his friend's stubbornness. John doubts the usefulness of all this information, but William sees an opportunity in it. He just needs to find a way and become stronger. Their next goal is to defeat the sixth son of the Samion family, the same undefeated genius who stands at the top of the young masters. John doubts it. They barely dealt with even Malin. The next level opponent may prove insurmountable. They reflect on the ancient blessing of the intelligent giant who can overcome the limitations of bodies. William remembers that they saw a flow of mana in other people's memories. Maybe if it was divine consciousness, there is still a chance? Mysterious butterflies surround John, a hint of a connection with something otherworldly. Possibilities are still hidden in the depths of the past. John confirms that he has memorized the intelligent giant's mana flow, but it cannot be used yet. He explains, William's body is weak, and such mana will destroy it. He needs rest and recovery. John introduces a strict regime: sleep, limited meditation, complete exclusion of training. William is irritated, but agrees, because otherwise he will not see the blessing of the intelligent giant. 3 days later, they arrive at the Crimson Fortress, a place full of ancient power and secrets. Helga reveals that the walk was just a test, and the fortress has long been hidden by magic. William will have an engraving ceremony, an event that will forever engrave his name as heir. Cadets of all ranks line up in the room, a scene of solemnity and pressure. He notices many direct heirs. These are the strongest of the strongest, the elite of the Adena blood. The head of the Khan family appears to personally conduct the ceremony. This shocks everyone present. He calls William, asking for his sword, then personally engraves the name as a symbol of recognition. The force of the sword cuts through the air, causing a sensation. The crowd freezes, recognizing the new Adena. His name is William Adena. He is the heir, recognized by his father before all branches of the family. Later in William's room, the friends discuss the event. Silvira wanted to throw a party, but she can't find William even in the training room. John leads William through a mental exercise. Focus on 3 key points in the body. William meditates, creating a perfect triangle, the basis for calling on divine mana. Their efforts are successful. The intelligent giant, a god living in the flow of mana, appears before them. John is delighted. They have done the impossible, gained access to a new blessing. But suddenly, William's body is pierced by lightning. Light pours from his eyes. He screams in pain. John is in a panic. What is happening to William? Can his body not withstand the divine power? God explains William received a blessing, but because of the divine sacrum, excessively. His body absorbed manna like cotton wool absorbs water. The power exceeded the limit of the human body many times over. John is horrified. Stopping the manna is the death of the blessing, but continuing is the death of the body. The giant coldly poses a choice, either a blessing and a chance, or a stop and the end of the road. William writhes in agony, almost losing consciousness, but does not retreat, holding back the flow. God comes down on John. You are inferior, and he is the one who knows his purpose and does not give up. He commands to hold the lightning, take the energy into the body, or disappear without reaching the gift. John decides he will protect William's heart with his divine energy. Butterflies gather around William as the magical dome begins to contain the explosion. But the power of lightning is too great. The dome cracks. The heart is on the verge of breaking. John is afraid of disappearing. His strength is running out, and if everything collapses, they will both die. In desperation, he calls for help, and an unknown man bursts into the room. This priest, the one who once healed Malone, came to the call of the holy power. William is almost unconscious, but the triangle with God is still holding on. John begs the priest to heal his friend. The priest hesitates. He cannot approach. Lightning will kill anyone who touches it. John, huddled and exhausted, prepares to block the lightning with his body, to save William. He releases the last butterflies and asks the priest to act with the light of Gaia. The priest bends down, approaches William's body. The fight for life reaches its peak. In Vargan's office, Sari stands before him, young, determined, ready to learn magic. Vargan recalls how, while saving Sari, he felt mana in her beyond human measure. Her energy is similar to William's. Both carry within themselves a power that is beyond the understanding of ordinary magicians. He admits he's never taught anyone on request, but her determination is impressive. Sari says she is tired of being just an observer and wants to help William herself. Vargan agrees, but reminds him that he needs permission from William himself. They go into William's room and freeze in horror at what they see. The floor is scorched. There is smoke all around. William is on his knees, exhausted, and Priest Shevin is standing next to him. The priest assures that William is alive and has most likely received a blessing. William overhears Sari asking for permission to train and is surprised by her determination. John encourages him and asks him to agree. This is a chance, because William also needs her help. William reminds her that it will be difficult, but Sari is stubborn and wants to help not out of duty, but because her heart calls. William agrees. Vargan promises to train Sari strictly, just as he once watched over Malone's growth. He notices William has awakened the power of the lightning giant. This is a new level. Vargan suggests, since everything is in order, it's time to discuss Sari's training. William thinks, Sari now has a teacher, but he still has no one. He admits that even the techniques of the Adenka sword have not been studied, despite access to artifacts. Vargan reminds, soon there will be a friendly meeting in the fortress. William needs a teacher. William is perplexed. Shouldn't he have been assigned a mentor? The dean is amazed. William still hasn't found a senior patron himself. Only the elder families can appoint teachers. William has no one behind him. John confirms, they have no elders. They will have to seek help from outside. William writes a letter to the head of the family, his last hope of finding a mentor. Servant Wilson hands over a letter to Raelsa, asking her to pass it on to the leader. She is confused but agrees to deliver the letter. The letter mentions the awakening of giant lightning, a power that few possess. The head of the family understands that William asks his father for help as a son, not as a student. Ryelsa can't teach him. Her technique is not the Adenka family's technique. She recommends a suitable candidate, a skilled swordsman from the Adenka family. This is Merlin, vice captain of the White Sword, bearer of the Thunder Giant art. The head of the family can officially introduce Merlin to the fortress as a teacher. Ryelsa assures Merlin is her friend. She will convince him to agree to teach William. As he walks around the grounds, Merlin remembers young William, wondering how he's coping now. Ryelsa finds him at night and offers to become William's teacher at the fortress. Merlin initially refuses, citing rejection from his elders and issues with authority. Hearing about the giant's lightning from William, his face changes and he becomes animated. Ryelsa proposes a bet. If William defeats Samion, Merlin will become his mentor. William trains, but the lightning is weak. The sword is unyielding, and control slips away. John watches. There is much effort, but little result. Lightning is flashing. The floor is on fire. William tries to connect the current into a beam like Malone, but she escapes. John teases William for his tears and efforts, and he responds with gratitude. Ryelsa's letter. William will not have a teacher until the duel. The elders resisted. The head of the family is powerless. The heirs are under the control of the council. Ryelsa cannot leave her post, but she believes that victory is William's. John remembers, William has Samion's technique, but disclosure is dangerous. William hesitates. If he uses it, they will call his mother again and begin interrogation. William decides for himself. He will not lose. Meanwhile, in Samion's castle, Kagan discusses the duel with his brother Julian. The enemy is the worthless William, with incomprehensible achievements and rapid growth. This is how the enemy is described. William's victory will change nothing, but Kagan's defeat will deal a blow to the family's honor. Julian demands to show the world that tragic losers have no place in reality. The Kagan, the bearer of the blessing of the god of the sword, promises to mutilate William publicly. Selvira rushes to William with a gift, an enchanted crystal with a recording of Kagan's battle. She finds William during training. He uses a strange technique that surprises her. The sword looks different, as if it has become larger, and the technique is clearly different from its usual form. William greets her, asks about the gift, and is surprised by the crystal with the sparring. Selvira warns sheepishly, the end of the fight may be a bit brutal. William launches the crystal into the air. The recording amazes him with its level of technique. He analyzes Kagan's battle, noting the cunning in the feint attacks and the destruction of the enemy's sword. Even after the victory, Kagan continues the beating. A blow to the neck finishes off the enemy. William notices Kagan's horrific cruelty, comparing his movements to Matt. His doubts grow. Why is Kagan's style identical to Matt's fencing? He decides that he must meet him in person to understand what is happening. The scene shifts to a meeting of the mages dedicated to the upcoming duel set of tests. Captain of the Mages, Alberto announces 3 stages: Dungeon, Monster, Sparring. Vargan offers demons of the 8th level. Quite difficult, but adequate. The 6th tower offers a level 8 beast, the giant Fracture. Vargan is outraged. Such monsters are mortally dangerous for ordinary participants. The tower responds quite boldly. Vargan calls them hypocrites, because they only want to embellish the victory of their student. The confrontation between the magicians reaches its peak. The dispute turns into personal attacks. Voting decides the monster will be chosen by the number of votes. Most are secretly bought and support the Samians. The host, with a sinister smile, confirms a giant illusory Fracture will be waiting for the test. Director Helga falls asleep over paperwork. The pile of work before the meeting is growing. Vargan brings the list of Samionov's guests, wearily noting their magical influence. The magicians for illusions were bought by the Samians, including the captain. The fortress was left aside. Helga quips that she wouldn't be surprised if the Samions turned out to be demons. They use too much salt. The conversation shifted to William. Can he win? Vargan particularly likes something about him. Helga teases him, saying that the young master has become his favorite. Vargan is embarrassed, waves her hand, stands up and reproaches the director for her irresponsibility, suggesting that she finally get down to work. The day of the meeting arrives and the crowd is buzzing to see William in the arena instead of Malone. Adenau's reputation, and the public now thinks the situation is even worse for them. Samion's sixth son appears and extends his hand to William. The two shake hands in front of the crowd, looking like worthy opponents. Kagan smiles, but William feels an uneasy discomfort, a suspicion that there is something alien, unpleasant about Kagan, like a falsehood behind the politeness. The crowd is buzzing. The tension between them is growing, and this is even before the fight. Vargan and Helga sense that William is not just ready, he is determined to win. The grand opening of the meeting, Helga comes out to begin the first stage. Conditions to find a chest hidden in an enchanted space guarded by a giant, Fractor. The public is shocked. A giant? This hasn't happened for decades. Each participant is accompanied by 2 cadets of the 9th rank. Adena, like the losers of last time, choose the cadets first. Helga suggests taking Selvira, as she is second in rank. But William unexpectedly chooses Sizen and Harmon, with the worst scores. Helga is shocked. The crowd is indignant, not knowing who they are. William's unexpected choice comes as a shock. He takes the weakest cadets, in whom no one sees strength. The crowd buzzes with doubt, but someone guesses that weakness may be a carefully hidden mask. Everything was planned in advance. William and the cadets secretly prepared for the test, confidently trusting them. The older students are surprised. Why didn't they choose leaders? But that was the trick embedded in the strategy. Selvira is tormented by resentment. She hoped to be there, but she was removed for the sake of a plan that was explained to her in detail. Kagan, feeling challenged, publicly announces his participation and intends to demonstrate his superiority. Vargan and Helga watch the layout. The situation is quite complicated, but William does not show alarm. The first stage begins. The enchanted area hidden in the portal turns into a chest-hunting arena. Inside, there is darkness and water. The tension is growing. Magic is in the air, as if the fortress itself is watching them. Kagan arrogantly distances himself from the team, wanting to show that he can cope without support. William, on the other hand, sticks close to his cadets, giving them a sense of confidence and a role in the common cause. A monster emerges from the shadows, a Fractor guarding the chest. The test begins earlier than expected. William attacks first, freezing the monster, but this is only a distraction in a larger plan. The cadets distract the giant with noise, knowing his weakness to sound, and lead him away, opening the way to the target. While the monster is distracted by the noise, William heads towards the chest, but feels a strange distortion in space. A second giant appears, one that no one expected. The test turns into a trap with a double bottom. This monster is faster and more cunning than the first one. William cannot deceive it with his previous tricks. In a panic, he looks for a way to win. He needs a precise strike, but against 2, it is almost impossible. Far away, among the observers, an argument breaks out. Everyone guesses that something has gone wrong. Vargan wants to intervene, but Helga holds him back. Diplomacy is more important than honesty in this fight. Selvira is shocked by the strength of the students. Their attacks are precise, their movements are precise, but the enemy is not weak either. Kagan fights with cold blood. He seems to dance between the blows, demonstrating a frightening skill. Despite her antipathy, Selvira is forced to admit that Kagan is indeed dangerous. While one giant is distracted, the second one approaches. the fighter loses control of the situation. John is in a panic. The fight is going beyond the plan, and victory no longer seems possible. William comes up with a desperate idea: to use John as bait. The second monster breaks through to the students. Panic is growing, and salvation depends on a crazy strategy. William realizes that due to the size of his enemies, he will not be able to deal them a fatal blow in the usual way. He decides to use an unusual tactic, finding a point where he can defeat both monsters at the same time. John, standing nearby, becomes a key part of the plan, his presence felt on the battlefield. William uses a powerful skill, Absolute Slash in an alternate form, aimed at giants. His blow hits two monsters at once, causing an explosion and shock to all witnesses of the fight. The crowd is delighted. Vargan and Helga acknowledge the deadly effectiveness of this technique. Despite his success, William realizes that even absolute severance cannot defeat the true god. A tense conversation ensues between William and John about the risks and fears hidden behind courage. William warns of the magical aura of space and keeps the absolute cut in reserve. He destroys the magical portals that brought them into the dungeon, returning everyone to the arena. The man from the sixth tower is horrified and confused as William's sword cuts through magic itself. Despite doubts and protests, the rules do not prohibit the destruction of the arena where the test is taking place. The Kagan continues to fight, and the magical energy of the dungeon is concentrated in one place. A new giant suddenly appears before him. Their number surprises and alarms everyone. The monster's strength has increased, although Kagan's intelligence remains the same, causing him concern. Kagan uses his destructive technique, but the giants advance, pushing him back. There had clearly been some changes in the dungeon, giving the monsters a new, deadly power. In the midst of the battle, Selvyra distracts one of the giants, luring him away. Selvyra orders one of her subordinates to find the chest, and she takes a risk by leading the enemy behind her in order to gain time. Despite the chaos, Kagan is determined to complete his mission and not let his team down. One of the giants, unexpectedly alive, tries to attack Selvyra, creating a critical situation. Kagan, remaining cool, uses a powerful finishing move, hitting two giants at once. His trick turns out to be not just a power trick, but part of a carefully thought-out spectacle. A show. The Kagan saved his strength and did not kill all his enemies at once in order to emphasize his power. In rage and despair, he screams at his charges, blaming them for ruining his plan. However, he admits his own mistakes and completes the stage by finding the treasured chest. William appears unexpectedly, congratulating Kagan on his passage and telling him about his friend's magical intervention. With John's help and magic, William filled the dungeon with energy, causing the giants to go berserk. The opponent is very surprised by William's ingenuity. The judges immediately made their decision. William Adenka won in the first round. After the duel, Kagan unexpectedly thanks Selvyra, offers her his hand, expressing respect and gratitude. Later, Kagan, with a slight smile and a strange feeling, says goodbye to Selvyra forever. At night, Sari retreats into the forest, surrounded by spirits, deer, squirrels, and foxes, and meditates in the midst of nature. Her brother Will brings food and tells about William's victory in the competition. The opponent surrendered himself. Sari admits that she has difficulty concentrating in the fortress due to her strong attachment to William. That's why she trains on Snow Mountain, where the connection with the spirits is strengthened, because she has to choose one. A cry for help comes from the forest. Sari and Will become alert, trying to understand who is calling. The scene shifts to the celebration hall. Selvyra proposes a toast to William's victory, albeit with juice. William says he won by a narrow margin, but Selvyra's role proved decisive. He believed that she would help Kagan, but this only strengthened his own position and victory. Selvyra is shocked, realizing that even her actions were predicted and used by William in advance. She makes an unspoken pact with him and promises support by hitting his fist with her fist. Suddenly, he notices a seal on her hand. It is an ancient spell of the Samion family, dangerous and rare. The seal gradually drains mana and kills the wearer. William realizes that this is the work of the Kagan. He decides to take action and suggests that Selvira train at dawn to observe better. The next day she comes, confusing everyone with her outfit. William does not understand her motives. John notices Selvira's feelings, but William, remembering his past life, does not know how to react. While meditating, William senses a distortion in the flow of mana. Her curse is stronger than it seemed. The only way to save Selvira is to find the heart that has fallen victim to the seal. Otherwise, she will die within 3 days. John is shocked by the diagnosis. Selvira has only 3 days left, but he chooses to prepare for the second stage. William holds back his anger. John's ambitions have blinded him. He is not ready to sacrifice his friend for the sake of victory. A tired Selvira finishes training, and William goes into thought about his past. He remembers the sealed mana and the prisoners whose hearts were used in rituals. John is horrified. William spent 10 years in prison for fighting Matt, and that explains a lot. Suddenly, Selvira loses consciousness. William calls her anxiously, but is unable to help her. The priest says that the fortress won't help her in any way. Only the Temple of Gaia can try. William understands that the binding seal cannot be removed by traditional methods. There is only one way, to find the offering. He leaves the fortress secretly, heading to Snow Mountain. The source of the curse must be there. The priest shouts after him, but William can no longer hear. He will not let Selvira die. In the forest, he meets Sari, who also hears the call of the spirit. Perhaps this is the offering. They understand. The offering is not an object, but a being. A small spirit sealed on the mountain. Sari decides to help and directs William to the canyon, where she hears the voice of the imprisoned spirit. Having descended, the servant feels the call and wants to help, despite the danger. William doubts, because time is short, and the spirit may not be the real cause. But he decides to act. If the spirit is bound by the same seal as Selvira, both must be saved. A contract with a spirit can break the seal. William decides that this is their only chance. Sari makes a magical pact, and at that moment, the curse is broken, and the spirit becomes free. William thanks Sari. Her strength, kindness, and determination saved Selvira from death. Kagan emerges from the darkness. He is angry at William's interference in the Samian rituals. Conflict is inevitable. The young gentleman accuses William of destroying the ancient ceremony and provoking a diplomatic scandal. He demands that everything be returned to the way it was, threatening that William will leave right now. William is furious. How can one hide behind tradition if it leads to an innocent victim? Kagan admits that he knew about Selvira, but considered her death a necessary part of fate. He speaks of birth classes, the special right of the strong to bear fate by sacrificing others. His speeches are tinged with contempt for those who dare to violate established roles. Kagan's thoughts surface. Selvira is ruining his plans. He cannot allow her to survive. He remembers how he once fell down smiling, believing in his right to decide the destinies of others. William rejects this philosophy, calling it a relic of the past and a false privilege. Kagan is surprised by William's words and is interested in his eyes, hinting at an ancient power. He approaches with his sword, ready to settle the dispute in combat rather than with words. At this moment, the binding seal on Selvira's hand crumbles and she awakens. The girl is confused, but alive. Upon entering the room, William first checks her hand. There is no seal. William is relieved, but is reminded that there are 2 days left until the second stage of testing. He decides not to give up. Victory over Kagan becomes a matter of honor for him. Meanwhile, In Adenka Castle, a secret council of the 4 great elders of the family is taking place. They discuss the threat posed by William, who is not just a cadet, but Chief Khan's favorite. The elders are afraid of losing power. Khan wants to see William as the new hero of the clan. They decide to take action, officially ignore the Samians' misdeeds, and take control of the second stage. In 2 days, the second stage begins. A demonstration fight with the monster for the speed of victory. Kagan goes first, and he gets the deadly Lizard Man, a master of spears and mutations. The monster strikes, but he anticipates the attack and disappears, leaving the crowd in shock. Kagan delivers a devastating blow from the air. The Scarlet Song technique tears the enemy in half. Kagan's time is a record 86 seconds, 20 faster than the previous champion, and the crowd is in an uproar. Kagan looks at William with disdain. He will be the next victim, not the monster. William prepares for the fight, arguing with John. The goal is not just to win, but to break the record. He enters the arena, under the gaze of the crowd and the judges, confident and collected to the limit. The hero notices the strange behavior of the monster. He looks hungry and overly furious. Behind the scenes, it turns out that the monster was not fed to make the fight impossible for William. A hungry monster is more aggressive and faster. It can be a matter of not just seconds, but lives. William realizes that if he dodges, he won't be able to crush the enemy in time. He stands right in front of the blow, completely exposed. A shocking decision in the eyes of observers. When he takes a hit, he causes a special impulse and uses the technique of controlling currents. The explosion of the flash blinds everyone. It is unclear what happened and who is now alive in the arena. In a panic, the commentators call for the priests. William might not survive such a crazy attack, but through the smoke he still stands, wounded, covered in blood, but with victory in his hands. The crowd was confused. The technique was self-sacrificing, but brought immediate results. His time was an incredible 5.39 seconds, an absolute record that blew Kagan's mind. Blood drips from William's lips, and there is a ghostly flame in his eyes. The priests rush towards William. A spear is sticking out of his chest, and he is bleeding. The healing begins immediately. A pulse of magic, a jerk, and the terrible metal is pulled out. Kagan looks at everything with cold contempt, shocked not by the pain, but by the barbarity. The judge announces the end of the stage and demands that the arena be cleared to evacuate the victim. The next stage is scheduled for 3 days, but a new game is already starting in the hall. One of the priests admits that before William, his work was simple and predictable. He is treated not just with magic. It is a miracle available only to those who have special tokens. However, William is warned. The heart has not yet recovered, and the overload could be fatal. Helga bursts into the room. William is urgently called to dinner with an influential family. In the hallway, he walks next to his father, trying to understand why the Samian family arranged a meeting. Kagan and a girl with a menacing look come out to meet them. The head of the Samian family, Valkia. There is a tense calm in the dinner room. The food is served. The masks are on. Valkia quips, commenting on William as if he were a cute pet rather than a duelist. But as soon as her mana touches the air, William jumps up, sensing a threat to his life. The air is taut as a string. William realizes that before him is a true master of deadly mana. His reaction amazes even his elders. He sensed the hidden blow earlier than most. Valkia smiles, and Khan chuckles. He himself did not expect such intuition from his son. A quiet duel begins at the table. Forks, glances, mana, everything becomes a weapon. John and William realize that this dinner is not just a meeting, but a disguised test. Later, Khan talks with the Samyang leader. Both sides suspect the elders of manipulation. The first stage was set up by some, and the second by others. But everyone had the same goal: to eliminate William. He is too powerful, too alien to the system. For many, he is a threat that must be eliminated. The families discuss the future. William will either fall or win and change everything. Valkia is sure that now it is not their children who are going for victory, but they themselves. And Khan says with cold confidence, William will win the third stage, no matter what. Valkia doubts whether the goal they are going towards is really worth hundreds of years of suffering. Khan assures that no one will betray him under his command, and nothing will stand between William and victory. William's words come to mind, spoken with restraint but determination. He would not be defeated. Even though Adena won the first stages, everyone understands that the third will decide the fate of their influence. The third stage begins. The crowd whispers, Valkia and Khan themselves have come to see the outcome, where the stakes are higher than they seem. Helga announces, 2 of the greatest fighters of the generation will meet in the final battle. Swords are crossed. William and Kagan meet in the center of the arena, where the outcome of the confrontation will be decided. William's heart is wounded, but he chooses to go through the pain. This is his chance to survive. William deliberately provokes his opponent in order to learn Kagan's technique in combat. William's first attack is a bright flash of lightning, which disrupts the audience's reaction. Kagan responds with a predatory grin and reveals a dark technique that burns away life force. Samyon's technique, a forbidden art that increases strength at the cost of life. William recognizes the move. It is the Red Emperor's deadly move. He realizes that if Kagan uses this for too long, he will run out of time. Blows rain down, the air exploding from the clash of mana and steel. Kagan doesn't give even a second to recover, fighting with frantic rage. William barely parries the blows, but his mind is working. He is looking for weakness. Every move Kagan makes is precise, but it drains his own resources faster and faster. The audience is shocked. One of the blows cuts the arena in half, leaving a magical trace. William falls into a pile of rocks but gets up, deciding to play with time. He understands. This force is not designed for a long fight. Kagan will burn out sooner. But Kagan is furious, activating the second stage of his technique, increasing the destruction. Blow after blow, William uses his last strength to hold back the onslaught and look for the moment. At the decisive moment, he finds himself behind Kagan and activates the forbidden technique. He uses the third form of the sword, Amilun, a devastating move that cuts through the enemy. Kagan feels the atmosphere around him suddenly thicken. The next phase of the battle begins, a clash of tradition and faith, rage and justice. Kagan activates the rain sword technique. The pressure from the blows is colossal, but William predicts every move. He has seen these attacks before, in the body of another enemy. He notices patterns. Kagan jumps off his right foot, hits from above, and generally behaves like Matt. For this reason, William uses precise counterattacks, breaking Kagan's usual fighting pattern. His blow catches the enemy at the most vulnerable moment, and the Kagan's sword splits in half. The audience rejoices. William, a representative of Adena, was able to win in the third final stage. He thinks with relief that it all ended quickly. The technique left damage in the body. But Kagan rises from the ground, bloody and mad, with burning eyes. His mana suddenly increases. The density of magic becomes dangerous even for observers. William feels anxious. This is something else, the level of which can destroy him. The Kagan pronounces the name of the ancient blessing. The god of the sword himself intervenes. He uses the power of Kishak to restore the destroyed weapon. A new flame now shines on its blade, a sword filled with spiritual fury. William understands that his own victory was only the introduction to the final phase. Everyone is shocked. Kagon has activated a rare technique available only to a select few with Kishak's blessing. He reached the peak of the 4-star stage and awakened the power that could change the shape of the sword itself. Chief Samyonov watches the fight, eager for their swordsman to show off his new ability. William realizes that he is already exhausted after using the power of the Crimson Emperor. Kagan rushes into the attack with the stubbornness of a fanatic, ready to die just to defeat William. The blow is monstrous. Even the arena shakes from it, and the spectators retreat from the stands in panic. William repels the attack, but his sword cracks. The Kagan's power is too great to hold for long. He remembers how he risked his life for victory, and is ready to do it again. Two opponents rush at each other, blurring the lines between technique and pure will. Both fall back, the body refuses to move, the limit of strength is reached. William decides that the next attack will be his last, and he puts everything he has left into it. He applies his finishing technique. Kagan, in response, activates the Blood Moon technique. The two strikes intersect, creating an explosion of light and sound, and a curtain obscures the battlefield. William predicted everything, using the veil as cover for a sneak attack. He closes in on Kagan, delivering a precise blow that's severing his right arm. The arena erupts in cheers as Cadet William Adenka is named the winner. William turns to the crowd, exhales, and shouts. He has once again conquered the shadow of the past. The crowd chants his name, emotions overflow the stands, journalists rush to the winner. Raelsa is happy because she won the argument. Merlin, having lost the bet, is now obliged to teach William, as he promised. On the sidelines, the young heir of Valtican is eager to fight William and is looking for a way to get into his fortress. He comes up with a daring plan: to get into the Beaver Fortress through his father and challenge him personally. Waking up in a strange void, William realizes that he is once again trapped in his own memories. It seems to him that he fell asleep after the victory, but now he is in the thick of the shadows of the past, without reason. From the darkness emerge twisted creatures in armor, gloomy as the spirits of oblivion. They exude an aura of evil, but William cuts them down with one swing, holding back the panic. As soon as he thinks of Matt, he appears from the darkness, twisted and furious. He is filled with hatred. His power seems to burn all the space around him. William is paralyzed. The weight of the mana prevents him from even lifting his sword. A sudden beam of light cuts through the darkness. Arslan stands before him like a shield. Arslan reports, "Everything that is happening is the work of a great demon, the culprit of ancient troubles. There is no time. The demon has learned about Hyun. William's mission may be thwarted. To complete it, William must go beyond Samyon and look into the truth." He wants to question Arslan, but he leads the demon away, leaving only riddles. William comes to his senses, surrounded by worried comrades and a caring Silvira. He remembers Arslan's words, "Behind Samyon is hidden the truth, which he must find." Although he has defeated Kagon, the path to the Adenka family's goal is not yet complete. The head of the Khan family, William's father and the leader of one of the most powerful families, enters the room. All the cadets stand up in respect, but the leader orders them not to stand on ceremony. He praises his son for keeping his promise and offers him a reward to choose from. William asks not for an object, but for knowledge. A master who can unlock the sword of Adenka. He knows the elders are against him, but the threat of ignoring their opinion is now real. Chief Khan smiles at his son's determination and leads him to a man worthy of being his guide. They are met by Raelsa, who has chosen a mentor in advance, a warrior named Merlin. Merlin is the former commander of the White Sword and a current member of the Golden Dragon. William recognizes something more in him. Merlin's last name matches Arslan's last name. At this time, in the Samian castle, Kagan stands before his mother, realizing the gravity of the defeat. She coldly analyzes the fight. William was calculating, but Kagon gave in to emotions. As punishment, he is threatened. If he fails again, he will remain crippled at her will. The Paelcos are an ancient but unremarkable family. However, something about this seems odd to William. Questions are piling up, but there is no time to think. Tomorrow, Merlin will become his mentor. Head Khan blesses the training, reminding that the path to truth will be strewn with enemies. William remembers the council, a group of 4 who held power and plotted. Their fears were justified. The young heir of Adenka defeated the Samyons, becoming a hero outside the plan. The advisors are panicking. William's growth is out of control. Elder Tilaban swears ignorance, but others see him as the culprit of the situation. He understands that the council wants to get rid of him by making him the scapegoat for the failure of containment. Meanwhile, a murder is committed in the Samyonov castle. The judge's blood is on the sword of the head of the family. A woman from the Samyon family scornfully finishes off those who manipulated the mages. She despises political games, dreaming of a fair fight with the Adenka family. Unfortunately, she is limited by duty and position. She cannot act openly. She orders one of the elders, Haliman, to retire and lead a quiet life. After which he fearfully goes to the office to contact the Adenka family council of elders. Haliman is furious. The gate that was supposed to be blocked has opened. A confession comes through the stone. Khan and Valkia were stronger than they expected. Tilaban makes excuses, but the situation is getting out of control. William cannot be stopped. The council has only one thing left to do: find a way to get rid of him at any cost. At this time, William wakes up from a strange feeling. A weapon is hanging over him. He breaks away, pulling out his sword, but realizes it's just Merlin. The new mentor brought him to the dungeon created by the first head of the fortress. This is where the real training begins, and the path to rebirth. To get out, William must pass the test and deal with his own giant. Merlin states that William's current state is not potential, but distorted power. To pass the test, the student will need to touch the pendant on the teacher's chest. William tries to activate the impulse and reaches for the pendant, but the magic knocks it back in a bright flash. An ideal intelligent giant appears, cold, precise, controlled. Merlin controls it. John is shocked by the giant's new appearance. Blue, huge, almost divine. The intelligent giant charges forward, the floor shaking from his impact. Merlin admits that explaining with words is not his style. He will teach through pain. He decides to shape William like steel, through blows and destruction. In the fortress, William is looked after by a spirit saved by Sari, and he periodically reports. Everyone outside is worried. The training lasts a week, and there is no way out. Meanwhile, William throws a powerful punch, but Merlin calmly blocks it. He notices that under pressure, his student begins to mix techniques and look for something new. But we are still far from the required level. There is not enough power. Merlin releases a wave of mana. The space trembles with blue lightning. Her pressure and reach overwhelm William, as if the entire arena were being engulfed in a storm. He doesn't understand how this is possible. His yellow lightning is weaker, even at maximum. Merlin silently appears behind him and allows him to touch the pendant. But all this was intentional. A test of attention, reflexes, and understanding. Suddenly the teacher strikes. It was accurate but not fatal. It only knocked him down. William began to move more confidently, but his giant remained silent. Merlin ends his training unexpectedly. He needs to recover. John urges him to drink water faster and more. William is focused but confused. He reflects. His technique is like trying to squeeze water out of a closed bottle. And suddenly it dawns on him. There is no need to squeeze out the power. You need to let it flow. The whole secret is not to control, but to direct, let go, and connect. A stream of energy rushes through his body, and blue lightning erupts. Merlin finally admits William has reached the next stage. But the training is not over yet. There is one last task left. Test. Touch the pendant, a symbol of control and power. William smiles. Now he is confident that he can handle it. His eyes are shining. Before him is the path to himself and to the next awakening. Merlin attacks again, but William moves to the side, striking from the flank. In their duel, the power of the lesser giant flares up and the battlefield trembles. William circles around Merlin, mimicking Raelsa's manner with the ice sword. Merlin's old adversary was called the King of the Middle Sword, and now it's back. The wounds on Merlin's face are traces of past defeats and pain frozen in the body. William senses that these scars contain fear, anger, and defeat that have become a lesson. He takes off again, summoning his momentum, aiming straight for the scar. A cut, a precise blow, and the fingers touch the pendant. The test is complete. Merlin acknowledges success. Now he will teach William the technique of the Adena sword. The student is completely ready. Pain is coming again. But so is growth, the mentor promises, smiling an icy smile. A few days later, William, Selvira, John, and another cadet are walking through the fortress. They discuss his training, which seems incredible to others. Sari suddenly brings a scroll with a seal, a mission order for William. The task is strange. It was given by the elder Adena himself, which already causes alarm. Saizen and Selvira offer to help, but William decides to go alone. He believes that the task is either a test or a trap set by the council. Merlin and the dean realize that there are political games behind this. But William is firm. He wants to go through everything alone and preserve the honor of the family. His goal is truth, strength, and dignity. He is ready for this fight. The dean authorizes the mission, reminding him that the honor of the Crimson Fortress is in his hands. William bows and officially leaves for his first mission. Helga is resting on the roof. Her thoughts are interrupted by the dean. When she learns about the mission, she suddenly tenses up. She understands. The task was given by Taliban, and there is nothing good in it. At this moment, a mysterious man with a spear attacks the fortress gates. He demands to see William, refusing to respond to any orders. Security blocks the entrance, but the stranger is calm and persistent. The gates of the fortress are shaken by a mysterious stranger, demanding to meet with William. The guards engage in combat, but suddenly Raven is immobilized in an instant. Helga intervenes, quickly recognizing the attacker as Raven. Valtikana, the dean intervenes, threatening to kill his servant if he moves. The man is surrounded by fifth-rank mages, and the tension thickens as if before a storm. Suddenly, Raven breaks the magical bonds and does something unexpected. He asks to be taken as an apprentice. Helga is shocked, but the moment is too absurd to take seriously. Meanwhile, William has already left the fortress. He is heading on a mission given by the elders. John and William discuss the mission. Suppressing one goblin sounds too suspicious. Either this is bait, or the goblin has powers equal to the monster. This won't be an easy walk. While on the road, William leaves the carriage early and disappears silently into the forest shadows. He acts independently, counting on the fact that the enemy does not expect such a maneuver. Upon landing, William immediately summons the lesser giant, preparing for reconnaissance. A weak but sensitive blue lightning begins to scan the area. Suddenly, William feels a strange interference. Perhaps it is black magic. There is a possibility that what is in front of him is a chimera created by the dark arts. William is wary. The enemy may not be a simple goblin, but a living trap. Something penetrates his lightning barrier, too quickly to tell who. Then a spear hits the ground near William's head. The challenge has been thrown down. An unknown warrior appears before him, clearly ready for a duel. He introduces himself as an equal, 9th rank, although William has never met such a person before. While William tries to remember the name, he is distracted by the roar and approach of a giant. The giant goblin has already heard the noise and is heading towards them with fury. There is no more time to think. The enemy has noticed them. Battle is inevitable. The trap has most likely been activated. The mission turns into a deadly game. The goblin notices William and charges, causing him to quickly jump back up. William realizes that he might be looking at a chimera, and attacking without thinking is dangerous. The creature suddenly changes its target, aiming at another fighter, and chaos ensues. But at the last moment, his movement is interrupted by a well-aimed spear that pierces his leg. Raven, who arrived as reinforcements on secret orders from above, enters the battle. He was sent after William as insurance, since it was too risky a mission. Helga learns about this and decides to use her vacation to intervene in this matter herself. At this time, the goblin takes Raven's attack and falls into the mud with a roar. The guy makes a penetrating blow, but the goblin instantly restores his body. His severed limbs regenerate, become fleshy and covered in scales. John and William realize that the enemy is not just a goblin. He is a mutant with incredible powers. The giant goes on the offensive again, but now his movements become more deliberate. Raven manages to strike the heart, but the creature continues to live as if immortal. William shouts, warning Raven to be careful. This is no longer an ordinary creature. The sword of the suddenly appearing Serkan cuts through the air, activating the space and catching the threads of magic. He came to the rescue, revealing his true power and status as a personal butler. Raven is stunned. The enemy breaks his threads and returns to the battle with a furious rage. A magic circle flashes on the goblin's body. Against all expectations, he uses magic. No one believes their eyes. The goblin has spells that violate natural laws. Suddenly, the goblin disappears, dissolving into thin air as if he had become part of the illusion. This is no longer a random battle. Someone from the shadows is leading this creature like a doll. Behind the scenes, a figure under a cloak is revealed. The man behind the monster's actions. He whispers to the elder, "Everything is out of control. The goblin has become unstable." The goblin disappears, but his mana continues to be felt, causing alarm to William and John. William notices strangers, an adult man and a boy, who introduce themselves as Raven and Serkan. Raven turns out to be the heir to House Valtakan, an elite family of spearmasters. William is shocked. What is the future head of a powerful family doing in the Crimson Fortress? John is happy. An alliance with Raven provides protection from the elders and strengthens the team. Serkan demands an explanation about the dangerous mission and the strange goblin. He believes that the gentleman is being used in the intrigues of the authorities, under the guise of an assignment. Raven suddenly challenges William, wanting to fight to become stronger. He admits that he was inspired by William's fight with Kagan and now wants to surpass him. But William refuses. Now it is more important to catch the goblin, not to arrange duels. Raven is disappointed but does not give up. He decides to find the goblin himself and force William to fight. Raven's protege knows that if he wants something, he will see it through to the end at any cost. The group arrives at a nearby village and temporarily stops at an inn to rest. William is worried. He can smell the familiar rotten smell from Samion's dungeons around him. During lunch, he stands up abruptly. He sensed a dangerous aura and familiar mana in the crowd. Among the passers-by, he notices a man who, seeing William, begins to panic. This person's mana is unstable, starting to get out of control and leaking from his eyes. Only William senses the impending threat. The others are not yet aware of the danger. Suddenly, the man's body begins to vibrate. The energy is ready to explode. William orders everyone to retreat immediately. The situation is on the brink of disaster. A powerful explosion rocks the street, leaving behind chaos, debris, and clouds of dust. Serkan instantly creates a barrier to protect Raven and stay inside the blast zone. Despite the force of the blow, Raven breaks through to William and finds him unconscious. William survived, although the energy of the explosion was enough to tear anyone to shreds. John is shocked. William stood firm, blocking the blow with his sword, activating a secret power. William is concerned about his health, so he asks for security to help him meditate. Sirkin wonders, is it too early to trust new allies after what happened? William answers calmly, if they were enemies, he would have died already. Sirkin envelops William in a protective sphere, and he begins to meditate. Raven discusses with the butler the mysterious blast deflection technique that William used. They speculate that William redirected the enemy's own mana to avoid death. The body of the exploded man remains intact, but soon crumbles into dust. Sirkin is shocked. He didn't even know that this was possible. It's like magic is outside the rules. Raven is only inspired. Now he is even more eager to fight William. Night falls, the full moon illuminates the city. William wakes up after meditation. William is surprised. Raven sleeps peacefully after this, as if nothing happened. A strange mana remained in the body of the suicide bomber, which no one else sensed. Only he. Everyone suspects that the explosion was planned, possibly with the participation of the Council of Elders. But there is someone else, more powerful, who could be behind it all, someone who is hiding. Suddenly, Sirkin asks a question. Why did William stay, knowing about the explosion, without saving only himself? His actions saved many lives, including children and innocent citizens. Sirkin salutes William, calling him the true sword of House Adena. He declares that he will no longer interfere with the mission. William must go on his own. At this time, a voice behind the scenes discusses the trophies. The goblin, the beast, and William. Evil has already planned a feast of blood, with Adena and Raven as the main dishes. A mad singing is heard in the forest. This is Raven, jumping like a child, anticipating the hunt. Sirkin's absence, which seems especially alarming after his words. William recalls how the butler swore not to interfere, to test his resolve. John sighs. A strong ally remained on the sidelines, and everything could have been simpler. Raven is perplexed. William simply walked forward silently, without explaining where he was leading them. They return to the scene of yesterday's battle, but there are no traces of the goblin. If the goblin is not around, it means he was taken away or disappeared in a special way. William suggests using the old hunting method, following tracks. He remembers his hunting skills from his past life and begins to search. Soon he finds tracks, but they are too neat to be natural. John is delighted, but William, on the contrary, is worried. It's as if they are being led according to a script. By stepping on one of the marks, William activates a trap. They are thrown back by an explosion. Everything around is a continuous reed field, but it is unnatural for this area. The magical trap was clearly intentional. They were lured into the trap. A hooded man appears from the thick fog and introduces himself as Carball. He admits that he will be paid 100 million for William's head, and he does not hide it. Carball releases streams of mana, which are barely dodged, and William falls. He didn't have time to fully recover. His body was again responding with pain. At that moment, a chimera goblin appeared behind them and deftly repelled the attacks of the young warriors. The enemy laughs. They cannot defeat both him and the chimera at the same time. But William grins coldly. Carball does not control the goblin, and it shows. The man loses confidence. The goblin does not obey. An internal failure occurs. The next second, Carball's body is entangled in threads of mana, and he cannot move. A figure emerges from the shadows. A mysterious ally intervenes in the fight. William guessed that Sirkin would not leave Raven alone. Their alliance was too strong. The disappearance of the body, cut up by threads, is alarming. Only scraps of fabric remain. At this point, Carball appears again, revealing that he has identified Sirkun, the Vatican assassin. The villain mocks and offers to make a new, perfect chimera from the boys' bodies. The butler, Raven, and William accept the challenge without a word and rush into the attack. William's strike is repelled, but the technique barely holds up to the chimera's attack force. He senses that he is not simply blocking the blow. Something in the creature is rejecting the mana. Sirkin engages Carbal in combat using battle threads. A man discovers the secret to controlling a goblin. A magical leash subdues the beast. A snap of the fingers, and the goblin, like a doll, strikes, accompanied by an explosion. Sirkin can barely stay on his feet, but he confirms his guess. The goblin is covered in scales. This is not a simple monster, but a descendant of a dragon with a body resistant to magic. Carbal is angry. The goblin attacked too quickly and almost hit him. He kicks the goblin, shouting about his power over him. But a flame flares in the monster's eyes. Submission begins to crack. William guesses that the beast has a feature that is controlled from the outside. He comes up with a plan to take control of Carbal. While the enemy is distracted, Sirkin attacks from behind. Threads weave around the space. Raven suddenly strikes with a spear, but Carbal puts up a goblin as a shield. The blow is blocked, but the burst of power dispels the control for a moment. William uses a rare technique, cutting mana along its nodes. His attack pierces the air, targeting not Carbal, but the control artifact. He aims at the leash that binds the goblin to the mage, not the beast itself. Carbal takes off, but it's too late. The connection is broken. The goblin freezes, then turns sharply to face his former master. Uncontrollably, in a rage, he raises his fist, aiming straight at Carbal. The freed chimera kills its former master without hesitation, crushing him to death. John is shocked. The goblin was not at all loyal to the one who subdued him. William explains that a true tamer is connected to the beast by soul, not by a magical object. The goblin's scales fall off. The trace of magic and dragon blood disappears, and he becomes normal. The spell of compulsion no longer works. The union between man and beast was a fake. William stands before the goblin, reminding everyone that the goal of the mission is not destruction, but enslavement. He points his sword and, after a tense pause, completes the task. The goblin is defeated. The first mission is completed. The team rejoices. The task was completed without casualties. Sirkin wonders what William plans to do next with this matter. William intends to report directly to the council, seeking accountability from those responsible. Sirkin, the Killer King, as a witness. The butler reluctantly agrees, realizing that he has once again found himself in trouble. At this moment, Helga, the commander of the fortress, suddenly jumps out of the tree. She is confident that the incident is a matter worthy of discussion at the family level. Helga asks to see evidence. William presents trophies collected from the site. She recognizes traces of the Samian and Tilavan families, key figures in the recent conflict. It turns out that the mission came from Elder Tilavan, an influential but not always prudent man. Helga had previously secretly recalled Vargan to protect him from interference. Vargan, working even on vacation, is irritated that he has to do business again. However, after reading William's report, he is amazed. The essence is clearly stated. Everything is confirmed. Thanks to this document, even Helga's opinion can be bypassed. The mission is described flawlessly. Vargan is shocked. A 9th-rank cadet completed a task that included a chimera and a magician. William's report also falls into the hands of the head of the Adena family, Khan. William makes his first guess. The mission is a trap set against him personally. Khan is surprised, but admits that William successfully dealt with the trap, becoming stronger. The second assumption, the elder is simply incompetent and did not know what his mission would lead to. William argues that using the power of the Samian family to test Adenk's successor is unacceptable. He adds that Tilavan and Holloman are closely connected, meaning they did not act by chance. The leader wonders if Helga gave William a hint, but doesn't ask the question. His current question is, Which of the two assumptions does his son lean toward more? William chooses the version of incompetence because it is safer for the clan than an accusation of treason. But the conversation is interrupted when Khan's wife bursts into the office with stunning news. Elder Tilavan, the one who gave the order for the mission, committed suicide. Tilavan's suicide shocks the head of the family. He stabbed himself with a sword right in his room. The note he left behind states that he takes full responsibility for the incident with William. But William is convinced that this is not a real suicide, but a staged incident. He believes that Tilavan was either killed, which is highly unlikely, or that he faked his own death in order to escape. Only someone who does not fear the elders could commit such a murder in the heart of the Adenka lands. Mother is interested. She asks William to help her sort out the details. William examines the corpse and immediately notices the sword is too clean. There are no signs of suffering. Even an experienced swordsman could not strike himself so accurately and calmly. Everything indicates that what they have in front of them is not a real corpse, but a magically created fake. Versa is shocked. Where is the real Tilavan then? And who arranged all this? John is outraged that he has been made to blame again, but admits that William was right in his observations. William points out that this is about dark magic, the magic of copying bodies. Versa asks where the young man got such knowledge. He sees everything and understands everything. She grabs his shoulder, trying to find out how he knew about such damn techniques. John is nervous. His mother's red eye seems to read William's soul. William is in no hurry to answer, only hinting he is not worried about Tilavan's death, but about what lies behind it. At this time, Khan enters the elder's office, brings tea, and starts a conversation. The tea is the same one that Tilavan loved, an ironic reminder of the recently deceased elder. The elders are perplexed. Why did the head of the family come in person, since this is not typical for him? One of them accuses Khan of having a special attitude towards William, recalling his deceased wife. Some believe that the headman takes care of his son out of old love, not duty. Sarvana, his deceased wife who left him her last request, comes up. Her words are a plea to take care of her son, even if she is no longer around. Khan remembers her death, her weakening voice, and the pain he still carries within him. The stubbornness of the elders and hints at the past only fuel the leader's determination. His eyes are ablaze. He is determined to protect William, not just a cadet, but the legacy of his beloved. Against this background, Tilavan's death seems like just part of a much larger and more dangerous plan. One of the elders cheekily hints that Khan rose too quickly after Sarvana's death. The suspicions sound like an accusation of murdering his wife, and this causes a fire to flare up in the chief's eyes. As Khan draws his sword, he releases an aura so powerful that reality seems to tremble with force. The elder realizes that this is a 9-star warrior in front of her, not just a politician. With fire in his voice, Khan forbids anyone from talking about Sarvana, demanding respect for her memory. Meanwhile, William and Versa continue to investigate the nature of the magic that hid Tilavan. William has another revelation. He senses the source and essence of magic, but cannot name it. He understands that the eye of truth cannot reveal everything if you yourself are not ready to accept the truth. The revelation suggests that ancient black magic was used, feeding on the life of Tilavan himself. Magic is complex, old and expensive, so it cannot be hidden for long. There is a chance that Tilavan was helped, but the likelihood of outside help is almost zero. Exhausted, without strength and protectors, Tilavan is still hiding in the room. William asks for permission to end his life himself, since the crime requires personal retribution. The stepmother agrees, but demands that William be prepared for anything. Tilavan may strike first. He thrusts his sword into the floor, causing a bolt of blue lightning to strike, and Tilawan's shadow appears in the flash. The old man rushes to attack, but his sword is blocked by Versa's hand, and she breaks his weapon. Tilavan's strength is almost exhausted, and he furiously blames her for his defeat. Versa replies that with the surname Adenka, it is impossible to escape the consequences. William sees the intersection of mana and, with one precise blow, cuts off Tilavan's head. It's all over. The mission is accomplished, the duty is done, justice is served. But then William suddenly falls to the floor, screaming in pain, as if something inside him was breaking. After killing Tilavan, William's body suddenly begins to disappear. The collapse of the sacrum began prematurely. John is horrified. William's fingers glow and melt, as if erased from reality, leaving behind bone. Mother calls for a priest in a panic, and William struggles internally with pain, trying to understand what is happening. John realizes that constant overload of the body is the cause of catastrophically early collapse. Memories come to mind. Battles with the strongest enemies, each battle breaking the limits of the body. William feels defeated. Again, he loses everything. Again, he pays too high a price for power. John calls upon his divine power, summoning golden butterflies to keep the sacrum from collapsing. Despite the threat of his own death, he shares his power so that William can find a solution. William accepts his sacrifice, promising to find a way to survive and rebuild what was destroyed. Doolin appears, concerned about the young heir's condition and what is happening in the House of Night. Meanwhile, in the other wing, Helga and Raven watch the conflict between Serkin and Merlin begin. Their enmity goes so far that they almost start a fight, sparks of magic already hovering in the air. Helga is furiously trying to stop the two madmen, but the tension is palpable in every movement. William talks to the priest about the sacrum and learns that healing does not solve the problem of the broken bone. The priest admits that he himself knows nothing about the nature of this feature, but recalls an ancient legend. The only chance for restoration is to find the Holy Grail, kept in the tomb of the Holy King. The Grail is capable of granting its owner unlimited divine power that can hold the sacrum. William is surprised. Is his path really leading to a legend that is only whispered about in temples and academies? The priest confirms one man actually gained power through the Grail, the Sun's Sword. Arslan Adenka is William's ancient ancestor, the last one to touch the holy relic. A new goal is born in William's heart, to find the way to the Holy King's tomb and save John. Serkin and Merlin come face to face again, two old enemies who crossed paths on the battlefield. Their blades almost clash, but Helga stops them, reminding them of their teaching status. Under threat of Helga's wrath, the fight is interrupted, and both pretend as if nothing happened. At this time, William goes to the tomb of the Holy King, ignoring Doolin's warnings. The priest is worried. This place is cursed. No one has ever returned from there alive. But William is determined. Time is short, and only the Holy Grail can save John. The priest reveals a secret to William. He is the heir to the power of the Holy King and the bearer of an ancient prophecy. The prophecy says that only one who survives death and meets God will be able to obtain the Grail. Doolin senses that the prophecy points specifically to William and sends him on his way. William enters the sacred tomb, descending deeper and deeper down the endless staircase. The darkness deepens, space and time lose shape, and William begins to feel lonely. In complete silence, a voice calls out to him, forbidding him to look back, so as not to lose the way forever. Shadows emerge from the darkness, and before him stands the mysterious Melanin of the clan of immeasurable shadows. They say that they have been guarding this tomb for 5 centuries, fulfilling the will of Arslan. William is a descendant of Arslan, and now his mission is to prove his truth and free them. To prove the truth, he must fight the shadows and cut them with his sword. William summons the Adenka sword style he was taught by his mentor and enters the battle. He uses the first form, Moon Slash, and cuts through the main shadow. But even after the blow, the shadow screams that this is not enough and does not disappear. William feels that the truth is not in Arslan's blood, but in his strength of spirit and willingness to accept responsibility. His resolve is unbroken. He is ready to go all the way to fulfill the prophecy. What lies ahead for William is not a battle, but a path of truth, through pain, faith, and self-sacrifice. William engages in a furious battle with the shadows, summoning the power of a thunder giant and shaking the entire dungeon. Despite their strength, the shadows rise again and again, not giving us a breather and refusing to disappear. He remembers the warning. To look back means to lose the way and be stuck here forever. The main shadow wounds William. His blood scatters across the stones. Faith in the prophecy begins to waver. William wonders, was all this really not for him? Was Arslan really mistaken? He remembers Julian and how much he misses his wisdom and guidance at this moment. The shadows accuse William of deception. He did not fulfill the conditions of the prophecy, did not see God, and did not die. They claim that they can use absolute power, disappointed by his failure. William, standing on the edge, suddenly remembers who he really is. Not only Adenka, but also Samion. A flash of red and black mana illuminates the dungeon. William's eyes full of determination. He speaks his true name, Samion, the one who has already survived death and returned. This is the real proof that the shadows have been waiting for, what was foretold in the prophecy. The shadows disappear, finally at peace, their mission complete and the way open. William enters the sanctuary where he is met by the spirit of the Holy King, who rests in a stone sarcophagus. The spirit recognizes him as the heir and executor of the agreement between him and Arslan. The prophecy has come true. The chosen one has arrived for the grail, and the journey can now be completed. The Holy King hands over the grail, saying that thanks to William, he kept his ancient promise. The grail pulses in his hands, filling his body with divine energy and the promise of salvation. The king disappears, freed from his eternal guard, and thanks William for his release. The dungeon begins to collapse, the vibrations increasing as a harbinger of the next test. Right in front of William, among the dust and stone, a new figure stands, the knight Pelko. The test is not over yet. A contract follows the grail, and the fight with the knight is just beginning. Outside, there is growing alarm. Much time has passed, and there is still no news from the tomb. Helga discusses a prophecy linking the fate of William and the descendants of the Pelko family. An ancient prophecy comes true. The truth about Adenka will only be revealed in the presence of the Quibble clan. Helga holds back her excitement. If William really is the seeker of truth, Merlin is doomed. William learns Pelko is the real surname of Arslan, the founder, who changed his name to Adenka. Pelko's descendants were doomed to sacrifice themselves in the tomb to save Adenka. The tomb begins to collapse. The collapse cannot be stopped. But there is a way out, to destroy the supporting pillar. Only by destroying the spine can a crack be created that leads out. But this path is deadly. Merlin takes this mission upon himself, calling it a duty for which he has been prepared all his life. He recalls his first meeting with William and says that he does not regret his fate. Merlin prepares to deliver the finishing blow, but William prevents him from doing so. William is outraged. The real Arslan would not have sacrificed his descendants for the sake of a goal. He refuses to accept the master's self-sacrifice as part of the true Adenka path. William decides to find a way that will save them both without sacrificing anyone. He takes off his outer clothing to speed up and plans a powerful leap towards the exit. By merging 3 powerful defenses into a single spell, he strengthens his body to the limit. At the moment the pillar breaks, Merlin directs a blow, destroying the support. William runs through the dust and crumbling rocks, sees a gap, but doesn't make it in time. His fall is interrupted by Merlin's hand, which transfers mana to him and sends him upward. Merlin himself falls down, having fulfilled his duty. His last request is to find the truth. William rises to the surface, sobbing, calling out for his mentor one last time. And then, among the dust and debris, Helga appears walking down. She realizes that the name Quibble in the prophecy was the key to saving the Pilko family. Merlin comes to his senses. William also wakes up. Everyone is alive, but shocked by the events. Doolin good-naturedly teases William for sleeping too deeply after death. William takes out the grail and shows it off. That same artifact shrouded in legends. When in contact with the grail, it fills with water, as if with living light. William, without thinking twice, drinks the contents, feeling a surge of divine energy. His body is illuminated with radiance. Powers previously inaccessible to mere mortals are awakened. Purple butterflies appear, and with them, John, as a manifestation of this power. God is delighted. William has found a way to restore both his power and the celestial exoskeleton. He is surprised that the destruction of the tomb was part of the plan, albeit an unpredictable one. In one of the villages, news spreads that the tomb was destroyed by Adenka's seventh son. William's name is already in the newspapers, and the news is spreading throughout the area. Mother is amazed. William, who could barely get out of bed, became a hero in the newspapers. But the authorities are alarmed. The destruction of the shrine has become a political and spiritual scandal, and this does not please them at all. At the Temple of Gaia, the priests hold a hearing, calling Dulan to account. High Priest Neluk accuses William of destroying cultural heritage. His actions are assessed as a gross interference in the history and faith of Gaia. The temple demands compensation from the Adenka clan for the damage caused and loss of trust. The elder offers William's symbolic left hand as a sacrifice as atonement. Dulan, holding back his rage, realizes that the saints do not seek justice, but profit and influence. Mother reproaches William for the destruction of the Holy Tomb and the possible collapse of the alliance with the temple. Rumor has it that Gai is preparing a protest and may demand an unimaginable price for forgiveness. William calmly replies that the temple itself has long since turned away from the tomb of the Holy King. He shows the find, a vessel raised from the depths, filled with water with ancient power. Ryelsa confirms, the relic is real. Its value is higher than anyone realizes. The mother is indignant. Her ability to detect lies proves that William is hiding something. But Ryelsa refutes this. It is impossible to forge an object. Everything William says is true. The mother is stunned. The situation is changing, and now the scales are not about guilt, but possible glory. A delegation from the Temple of Gaia arrives at the fortress, aggressively disposed and demanding answers. Delbecq dreams of becoming the chief elder and is eager to use the scandal against William. He demands a sacrificial payment. If innocence is not proven, William will pay with his head. John is scared. William's mother is glowing with scarlet anger. The tension is reaching its limit. The meeting begins. The temple accuses Adenka of criminal negligence and destruction. Everyone held their breath when William suddenly broke the silence, standing up with a small smile. He points to a cunning manipulation. The head of the Adenka house was deliberately not invited to the council. Those present are amazed. The young man dared to challenge the temple itself on their field. To prove his case, he takes out a stone with a message from the chief creator Gaia. In front of everyone, the artifact reproduces the words, "Gratitude to a friend for a promise fulfilled." The atmosphere changes from Templar pressure to surprise and silent recognition. William introduces himself, the seventh prince of Adenka, a student of the Crimson Fortress and heir. His voice is firm as he takes the initiative and opens the formal meeting. One of the priests mockingly denies the authenticity of the Grail, calling everything a deception. William puts his own life on the line with defiance, not flinching in the face of doubt. Suddenly, other priests stand behind him, one after another, taking the oath of faith. William tells Dulan to take the vessel and use his power to activate the artifact. Under Dulan's touch, the vessel fills with shining holy water. The grail responds by absorbing the divine mana and transforming it into a golden stream. The elders are delighted. In front of him is the real Holy Grail, an ancient shrine. William demands a confession from Nelyuk, looking straight into the eyes of the skeptical old man. Nelyuk is in a panic, but refuses to acknowledge the fact, shouting out incoherent excuses. Another priest loudly scoffs, as if it were just water and a trick. His head is immediately cut off. Retribution follows without hesitation. Two more who supported the mockery are also not given time to repent. Shock grips the room. Everyone begins to understand who is holding court in this room. It was William's mother, Versa, cold, furious, determined. The elder, in horror, begs for him to stop, but in response he loses his own hand. Versa proclaims, "The honor of her son is the honor of the entire Adenka family. She, as a mother and head of the clan, will not allow anyone to defile William's name." Everyone freezes. Versa calls William her son out loud for the first time, shaking the room with her recognition and strength. William realizes that his mother is the ancient power of the family, the mighty giant Adenka. The tables are spattered with blood. The bodies of the priests are headless, the consequences of the bet with the grail. William asks not to leave everything to his mother. He himself wants to finish what he started, so as not to be a shadow. He offers to resurrect the fallen and deal with them personally, as a man, and not as the ruler's son. Versa grins and lets him go ahead. This is his fight, and he has to finish it. Dulan and the priests use their powers to fill the grail and bring the fallen back to life. Calls to the light of Gaia fill the hall. Bodies are restored. Even the headless ones return. Priest Nelyuk is the first to be resurrected, but does not even have time to recover. The interrogation begins. The wounded Delbek is offered to have his arm back, but William refuses to allow it. He calls the loss of a hand a symbol of will and honor, equating it with a sacrifice for the sake of an ideal. William extols the elder's deed by showing his hand as proof of courage. Everyone held their breath as the young prince saluted and exalted the warrior more than the church. Versa ends the meeting by declaring that the conflict has been resolved and there are no more claims. The temple acknowledges William's innocence, renounces his demands, and leaves with honors. But William stops them. He has one last debt that they must repay. He presents a stone with a note in which the Holy King himself thanks him. William reminds that the temple ignored the tomb for 5 centuries, and he found the Grail. The Temple of Gaia thanks the prince, kneels and gives him the highest priestly praise. William accepts their bow with mockery, and John can hardly contain his delight at the sight. Suddenly, William orders the doors to be opened. A crowd of journalists bursts into the meeting. Camera flashes and screams rain down. The priest is on his knees. What's going on here? Everyone in the room is in a panic. The meeting was supposed to be secret, but now it's on the front pages of the newspapers. Delbek shouts to call the guards and remove the press, but it's too late. They are being filmed from all angles. He tries to hide behind the law of confidentiality, but William counters. The heir claims that there are exceptions when the truth is beneficial to society and Adenka's reputation. The reputational gain from this scene is too great to be hidden. William confronts the elders with the fact that even idiots will understand how profitable this is. Delbek tears his hair out. He understands that he cannot stop the flow of information. The story of William's humiliation of the Temple of Gaia spreads across the continent. The prince, before whom the high priests fell, becomes a hero and a threat to status. William summons Dulan and entrusts him with the safekeeping of the Holy Grail. As a loyal ally. At first he refuses, not believing himself, but the prince assures him of his full support. William admits that the temple is rotten and wants only trusted people to manage the relic. Duel vows to use the grail's power only for the future of Adenka and her prince. Their conversation is interrupted by Raelsa. His mother invites William to dinner, an extremely rare event. John tenses up. No one invites him to Versa's just like that, especially for dinner. William guesses that behind the invitation there is an important conversation about the future. Mother confirms the invitation is not accidental, but a reward for his exploits. She thanks him for exposing the traitors and elevating the family in the eyes of the temple. In return, he offers any gift, anything William wants. He asks not for power or gold, but only for the opportunity to pass the exam for promotion. Versa is surprised by the modesty of the choice, because she can promote it with one word. William explains he does not want to take advantage of privileges. He wants to go his own way. He refuses to take the easy way out. Honor is more important than position. Versa remembers herself in her youth, just as stubborn and burning with truth. She says she has changed over time, accepting the easy way out because of her responsibilities. But in response to his steadfastness, she gives him a chance, a recommendation for a mission equal to an exam. William thanks her honestly and in a military manner, saluting under the setting sun. He gets into the carriage, and at this time Versa asks Raelsa to prepare the necessary papers. Mother decides that William's mission will be to Maltium, a coastal city of Viola. The city is rich, but lacks resources, and suspicions of corruption only grow. The Viols are suspected of exploiting citizens and having secret ties to the temple. Versa wants to use William's trip as cover to scout out the situation. To avoid attracting attention, William will accompany the priest of Gaia as a guard. Raelsa is shocked. The prince just recently humiliated the temple, and now he has to help them? She fears that the priests might bribe Viola and arrange an assassination attempt. Mother admits, the mission is dangerous, and it would not be difficult to die there by accident. But the path William has chosen cannot be easy. Otherwise, what is the point of it at all? William returns and meets a joyful Helga, who clearly had reason to rejoice. One of the elders has fallen, and it was the one who once harassed her. For her, this is a victory. The conversation is interrupted by Vargon. Helga remembered why she came and handed William the next task, only 3 days to prepare. His path lies in Maltium, a southern territory under the control of the Viola family. The place is surrounded by mysteries, barriers, and rumors of undeserved wealth and corruption. Silvira appears, having heard the conversation, and she wants to accompany William, telling about the connections of Viola and the Helame family, her family. William's mother, Versa, did not give the assignment by chance. The family's personal interests were also involved. Silvira dreams of being a historian, although she studies at the Red Fortress. William is touched by this. She admits that she wants to be useful and dreams of accompanying him on a mission. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by Saizen and his partner, and they want to go too. William agrees, and the company becomes bigger than he expected. Joe smirks, implying that William recruited children, not warriors. The prince replies, he believes in their sincerity and desire to help, and not in strength. He then makes a bet. He offers Raven to join, promising a fight. Sirkin may follow him. John praises his brother for his diplomacy. He is assembling a strong team. Magic threads descend into the room, a mysterious barrier cutting them off from the world. Sirkin appears, reserved and dangerous, but with an obviously important conversation. He explains, this is the technique of the King of Flesh, a deadly and absolutely closed zone. Almost no one ever came out of there alive. It was an ideal place for intimate conversations. But suddenly, Sirkin talks about a man who managed to escape from there. Merlin Payulka. For William, this name means a lot. Merlin was his teacher and the hero of his youth. Sirkin admits that Merlin dealt him one of his most painful defeats. After that battle, he dedicated himself to researching mana and protecting himself from such forces, and left a scar on his enemy's eye. However, 15 years ago, he lost all contact with Merlin, as if he had disappeared. Sirkin looks too young for his rank, and indeed, his face begins to disintegrate, revealing the real him hidden beneath the mask. Sirkin reveals his true identity. The technique allows him to change his appearance and body structure. He explains that he uses this method, created to combat Merlin Pelk's powers. This technique can also be used for exoskeleton training. It requires a complete reboot of the body. Sirkin admits, William inspired Raven, and now it is his destiny to lead him. But if the prince fails, he faces elimination, because he is now a symbol of hope. Samion's family, although he is unsure if he is worthy of being the ideal. His sincerity impresses Sirkin, and preparations for mastering complex techniques begin. 3 days later, the team is preparing to leave. A mission has begun that hides an exam. Dean Vargan hands over the assignment. A mission to Maltia, where the interests of the temple and Adenka intertwine. The journey is long, passing through teleportation gates, and requires several days of travel. On the 4th day, the team is faced with high teleportation costs, causing a conflict. William stops the argument, not wanting to undermine the Red Keep's reputation in a foreign land. The further from the center of Adenka, the less influence the clan has, and the worse the treatment of their people, it is disappointing. On the 6th day of the journey, they approach Maltese, noticing ancient sea barricades. These fortifications were built 200 years ago to combat sea attacks and keep pirates at bay. But frequent attacks in the past lead William to worry about hidden threats. He asks John to check the barricades. His intuition tells him that something is wrong here. John immediately sets out to reconnoiter, and their journey to Malta enters a new phase. At dawn, William and his party arrive at the sunny camp of the Wanderers, guarded by the Viola family. The guards refuse them entry, citing a ban on foreign soldiers without official clearance. William presents the permit. The accompanying priest of Gaia must serve as a legal basis. But the senior priest Rosen refuses with disdain, knocking the priest's tablet out of his hands. Even the second-rank status does not make an impression. The security acts rudely and defiantly. This behavior makes William suspicious. Ordinary security would not neglect the temple. At this time, Raven enters unhindered through another passage, causing chaos. He is surprised to find a lot of boxes and cargo inside, clearly something illegal. While trying to open one of the boxes, he encounters an aggressive man hiding inside, on Raven's hand, but Sirkin instantly blocks the attacker with magical threads. William is now absolutely sure that the camp hides something more than just a shelter for the poor. Tensions mount, the situation gets out of control, and the team leader is forced to intervene. William blackmails the guards by threatening to expose the violence committed at Camp Viola. After the threat, the man's expression immediately changes, and he introduces himself as the camp director, Edmund. Edmund assures that the camp is peaceful and invites the team on a tour of the grounds. The boxes, he says, contain magic stones that are processed by the tramps. The stones are supposedly used to make logic crystals using the blood and labor of the disadvantaged. The priests treat the wounded, but the wounds here are too frequent and too serious. The question arises, is all this the source of the Viola family's sudden wealth? Edmund laughs it off, but William understands that it's all too good to be true. They are led to the roof of the camp, where William notices a strangely remote warehouse beyond the walls. William suspects that something important is hidden in this warehouse. At night he stands alone, watching over the camp as the mana swirls over the city. In the distance, in the forest, he notices movement. A group of men leading prisoners. 10 bound, exhausted men are dragged to do secret work for the Viola family. One of the captives begs for mercy, saying that he was simply lured here. In fact, he has a house and a daughter. But they beat him, threatening to bring his daughter too, to break him completely. The rest are silent in horror, realizing that no one will escape slave labor. They are led deep into the forest where, according to Helk, their real work will begin. The men are counted, but it turns out that one is missing. He ran away. In a panic, Viola's soldiers rush in pursuit of the fugitive, raising the alarm. Suddenly the missing one appears himself, tired and dirty, supposedly lost. However, this is not a prisoner, but William in disguise, using the technique of transformation. He infiltrated the slave ranks to find out the truth about what was happening in Viola's camp. William is sure that the real secret of the camp is hidden in a warehouse located separately in the mountains. Mother probably sent William to the camp for a reason. There is something dangerous lurking here. William decides to sneak into the camp at night without involving the others. Sirkin, who can change his appearance, agrees to replace William in front of the others. William uses the technique of transformation and sneaks into the camp in the body of a prisoner. At the camp, William encounters the brutality of the guards and the cold atmosphere of the dungeon. He manages to sneak into the cell, watching as the other prisoners are humiliated and beaten. One of the captives prays for mercy and asks to at least pass food to his daughter. The prisoners are brought food, strange balls with a magical glow. William guesses that the food contains concentrated mana. The skill of transformation helps William to temporarily neutralize the effects of the substance. He uses spiritual energy to break down the compound and understand its structure. This is highly purified mana, capable of exploding the heart of an ordinary person if in excess. William is shocked. The prisoners are being fed an explosive substance to strengthen their bodies. For magicians, this remedy can be useful, but for ordinary people, it is deadly. It becomes clear. Dangerous experiments with mana are being conducted on the vagabonds. The next day, the captives are taken to the tower and ordered to enter the door with the red aura. The terrible truth is emerging. A diabolical contract-making ritual is taking place here. William is led to the ritual in someone else's body. His energy begins to arouse suspicion. Inside the tower, he encounters a magical core that evokes painful memories. Images from the past try to destroy his mind. Parents, loneliness, humiliation. William rejects manipulation. He does not give in to fear and does not allow himself to be broken. At this moment, a powerful explosion occurs. The camp is in a panic. Sirkin, watching from William's body, realizes that the real William has begun to act. William sheds the alien shell, returning to his body, and draws his sword. He suddenly attacks Helka, who is shocked to see a real prince in front of him. With a powerful blow, William disarms the enemy, destroying the magical weaves of the ritual and cutting off his hand. His form appears, and he declares the enormity of what is happening in the camp. The guards attack, but William fights fiercely, leaving the bodies of his enemies behind. The wounded Helk is furious, but is forced to admit, this is not just a boy. Helk screams into the stone, demanding the help of the priests so that the wounded can be healed. He expects that with the arrival of the holy servants, the conspiracy will come to light. John joins William's actions. The clearing of the entire camp begins. The prince breaks into another tower, where more workers and guards are hiding. The guards rush at him, but William already sees mana nodes in the structure. With the power of his spiritual sword, he destroys the spell, breaking the tower's defenses. Explosions rock the building, killing all the guards. William surveys the ruins. He has invested too much mana, and now he needs proof. At that moment, a miniature weapon flies at him. A new attack has begun. A mysterious masked fighter appears before him, one of Viola's elite warriors. This is Harlequin, a member of the Limsotor troupe who uses acrobatics and swords. He mocks William, calling him a pathetic dancer, and the Prince of Adenka. The prince is preparing for a new battle. The real enemy has just appeared. Harlequin Limsotor, one of the 5 strongest warriors of the Viola family, goes out to fight William. William assesses the enemy. He is not up to the level of the 7-star Ryelsa or Master Sirkin. Harlequin attacks with madness, but William easily escapes, showing the difference in class. In the heat of battle, a second William appears. It is Sirkin, who used the double appearance technique. The stunned enemy loses concentration, and William delivers the fatal blow, all according to plan. Raven joins in, filled with rage. He will not allow these atrocities to continue. The heroes descend deeper into the dungeons, where they suspect key clues are hidden. The surviving slaves say they were forced to clean stones, and the mana-bearers were forced to sign contracts. Those who had even a little mana died from exhaustion after being used by demons. The rest were turned into slaves, with crystals smelted from their blood and suffering. William is shocked. The temple and the family that were supposed to protect it were engaged in monstrous exploitation. One of the old men shows a device for processing stones, black magic in its purest form. The stones accumulated mana, turning into weapons or fuel for rituals. William takes the ball and purple mana instantly pierces his body. He is ready to take the risk. He went through the same procedure as the victims, and is now able to understand the mechanism from the inside. The magic stone can record events and prove crimes. The team storms the camp. William publicly accuses the priest of crimes. He orders the camp to be closed and the criminals sent to Jeremy for trial. However, everything ends suddenly. Edmund appears, but in a completely different guise. The sky turns purple. The air trembles with a demonic presence. From the body of old Edmund comes the real master. Thin, gloomy, frighteningly powerful. He introduces himself as a first-rank nightmare creator. His power is just awakening. William feels that everything that has happened so far has only been an introduction to the real storm. Skeletons rise from the ground, the animated remains of the camp's victims absorbed by purple mana. Edmund promises to create a new empire where even noble heirs will become puppets. William fights off the first wave of undead, but the numbers are too great. At the most critical moment, Helga, Vargon's messenger, appears, called to check everything. Realizing the scale of the disaster, she immediately joins the fight, without wasting a second. A giant snake made of bones emerges from the ground, wreaking havoc and panic. Edmund revives Harlequin, who has now become a lich, an immortal monster with a cursed core. Attacks on the lich are useless. Until the core is destroyed, it cannot be destroyed. The explosion shatters the earth. Rocks and dust obscure the view. The soldiers are in a panic. Edmund threatens to add new bodies to the army of nightmares from the fallen. William, Helga, and the others fight to the limit, trying to repel the snake attack. Harlequin has become stronger than before. His strength is growing with every minute. Sirkin declares that it is his duty to protect the children of the Valtican family, even at the cost of his own life. He urges Helga to take Raven away and protect him at any cost. Helga agrees, offering William to escape as well, but he refuses. He is ready to fight to the very end. Vargon had Dot. Respect awakens in her. Now she calls William the second Vargon. Edmund attacks again. The bone snake rushes, tearing through the air. William jumps over it, approaching the enemy, his eyes cold with determination. He announces himself as not just a soldier, but the 7th prince of the great Adena family. With sword in hand and name behind him, he is ready to deliver the decisive blow. William lunges at Edmund, but he stops the sword with his bare hand, mocking his audacity. However, this was only a trick. Edmund was attacked simultaneously by Helga, Sirkin, and Raven. He is bound with ropes and magic, but he rises, furiously declaring that they are worthless. Despite the threats, everyone believes in William. Even Helga feels that he will not let them down. As Harlequin rushes into battle again, William cuts off his head with a blow of his sword. However, even after being decapitated, Edmund continues to attack, wounding William with his own hand. Harlequin unleashes a hail of swords on William, who barely holds back the onslaught, buying time. William activates the expansion technique, causing his sword to grow larger, reflecting deadly blows. He strikes the lich in the face, but the mask remains intact. It is clearly enchanted. He loses his balance, feels the pressure. The enemies are getting stronger. Time is running out. A powerful explosion reverberates across the battlefield, but the allies believe that William can handle it. Raven enters the fight, joking in response to the enemy's taunts. The Harlequin comes to life again, pulling his head back. William doesn't lose concentration, attacking with an unexpected move from underground. John is delighted. He was able to transfer some of the divine power to William. William activates the Adena family chain style, one of the 7 great sword techniques. This technique allows one to channel pure mana into the blade, amplifying the blows to the limit. I remember the teacher Merlin, who said, "This power is more than just style." William's sword becomes an instrument of will. The energy of the chain technique perfectly matches it. The Harlequin is terrified. He grows to a monstrous size, sensing impending defeat. William unleashes the divine power Ascension technique on him. Pure, divine wrath. The blow pierces the lich's body, destroying its core and destroying the undead. Harlequin's head flies off. His body falls apart. The fight is over. William wins. An explosion of golden mana from William illuminates the entire city. The enemy is defeated. The evil magic is exhausted. The allies are amazed by William's strength. Even Sirkin admits he now truly fears him. Helga mockingly compares William to Vargan. The same look, the same determination. Edmund is furious. 20 years of plans have fallen apart because of a youth he despised. In a fit of hysteria, he causes a new explosion, flooding the city with streams of destructive energy. He refuses to surrender, threatens to destroy everything. If not victory, then the death of everything. Suddenly, a stranger appears on the ruins. He ridicules Edmund's madness. John notices that the stranger is holding a lich core, an ancient artifact linked to Edmund. Edmund pleads for another chance, but the stranger cold-bloodedly crushes the cannonball. Edmund's body is torn apart, his mana is carried away by the whirlwind, and he himself burns in the radiance of his own hatred. Everyone understands Edmund was just a pawn, used by someone much more powerful. Sirkin knows the man sitting on the rubble. It's Daimar Halem. For William, the surname seems painfully familiar. Could it really be his mother's brother? Raven is surprised. It is William's uncle, the head of the Halem family, but the meeting looks more like an ambush. Halem soldiers are already here. Surrounding the ruins, they take the group into a circle. William recalls Versa's words. His mother hinted at a possible alliance with the Halems. But there were no official contacts. Everything points to a shady deal. William's mother once decided that in order to achieve her goal, it was worth sacrificing light. He realizes that Daimar was behind the whole nightmare, not without his family's knowledge. The man confirms this. It was all for the sake of cleansing the family from the darkness and mistakes of the past. He suggests that William back off and pretend that nothing happened. But the prince sees before him the death of innocence, a father and child, sacrificed. He refuses to remain silent, considering it an unforgivable crime. Daimar gives a final ultimatum: leave and forget, to avoid further bloodshed. Raven is outraged. Is it possible to threaten those who fought for the truth and survived? William declares that he is no longer a cadet, but the true heir of Adena. He openly challenges Daimar, confident that he is right. Suddenly a woman appears, and William is surprised to recognize her as his mother. Versa appears Halem. The warriors freeze. Even her name inspires fear. Her brother is shocked. How did she end up here, in the heart of Malta? William guessed about her presence even with the arrival of Demar. That's why I was so sure. Versa declares that the current situation of the Halam family requires a drastic purge. Demar is outraged, but Versa accuses him of crimes covered by a noble goal. She reminds us that the Hylams were warriors, not executioners of the innocent. Red mana ignites in her eyes, causing everyone to retreat in horror. Demar is overcome with fear of his sister, who has always stood above him. He breaks away, attacks, but a flash of light cuts off his hand. The sword was struck by none other than Khan Adenka, William's father, and the living myth of the family. He stood between Versa and Demar, ready to restore justice. Versa declares, the Halam family will clear its honor itself, starting with its brother. According to her, Demar must answer for everything he has done. Forces are gathering from different sides, the Dark Knights of Adenka and the Guardians of Justice. Demar is shocked. Everything was planned in advance, even William's appearance. He understands that his sister was also involved in this conspiracy against him. Versa rejects his reproaches, all for the sake of the future of the family and the memory of her father. They are destined to cleanse the Halam line of evil, not to support lies and betrayal. The order was given. The Temple of Gaia III is closed. Attempts to escape are pointless. The Jermael court will hear the Halam family case in its entirety. William meets Dulan, the priest remarks with a smile. He always finds himself at the epicenter of events. He jokingly demands a report on his work, but Helga intervenes, mentioning his failure. She reminds him that it was William's job to protect the priests, and they were wounded. William is a little confused, but Dulan, surprisingly, takes his side. The priests of Gaia suddenly rise to the defense of the prince. Their delight cannot be hidden. They compare his strength to that of elite warriors of the 8th or even the highest rank. Under pressure from the praise, Helga agrees to William's promotion. He officially becomes a cadet of the 8th rank. The badge is pinned to his uniform. William receives congratulations from Raven and John, who finally recognize his achievements. Everyone prepares to leave, but Demar suddenly breaks down, remembering Versa's plan. He admits, if he had known that she would come, and not just William, he would have hidden everything. In a fit of rage, he breaks the strings of restraint and rushes into battle. In a final burst of anger, he swings his other hand, wanting revenge. Demar tries to hurt William, but before he can do anything else, Versa appears and cuts off his head. She admits that until the very end, she hoped that her brother would not do something irreparable. Everyone is shocked. The great Versa did not hesitate to execute her younger brother for the sake of justice. Even William was amazed by her speed. He didn't even have time to blink. Her hand trembles, and William, noticing this, gives her the precious stone created at the cost of her power. The stone contains all the pain and crimes committed here. She thanks her son and takes the stone, pressing it to her heart as a symbol of memory. William gives it to him as a gift, although he knows that it will not dull the pain. John notes that even great mothers can tremble when it comes to their own. That same night, a bloody purge begins at Viola's estate. Khan Adenka personally executes the guards, making his way to the head of the Viola family. Along the way, he destroys everyone who dares to stand in his way. All the guards scattered like paper under Khan's sword. His goal is clear. The Viols have been proven to be involved in crimes in Malta. He demands atonement from the head of the Viols, either execution or suicide. One of the henchmen tries to strike from behind, but Khan instantly destroys him. Without even drawing his sword, he cuts the killer into pieces. Viola's leader dies in fear, realizing the inevitability of punishment. Later, William rides in a carriage with Versa, calmly sipping tea. She admits she took him with her to talk without prying ears. She was inspired by her son's ideals and regained faith in her own path. William denies it, saying he did nothing, but his mother is grateful. He asks if she will be branded as a traitor to the Halem family. She laughs. Wasn't he the one who recently blew up a factory with magic stones? She notes that this is what is worth worrying about, and she and William are the same. This brings them closer together, as son and mother, but also as warriors with a common cause. At this moment, she decides to share something important with him. Versa wants to tell the truth about his mother, Sarvana Heasley, and about a certain heavenly fruit that can change a lot. William learns that his mother Sarvana and his fiancée Versa Halem were indeed related. Sarvana was chosen by the heavenly tree and received the fruit, which became a turning point. It all happened in his youth. Khan was then a first-rank cadet, on the verge of graduation. To complete the ritual, he had to kill a monster at the Nile Falls. He was accompanied by Versa and Sarvana, the strongest warriors and friends of battle. Sarvana fought fiercely and skillfully, not inferior to Khan himself in skill. After defeating the monster, they obtained a pearl, a symbol of a successful mission. But suddenly, Sarvana notices something strange. The waterfall should not flow in such cold weather. Curiosity wins out, and she decides to explore the area behind the waterfall. Versa and Khan follow her, but Sarvana slips and falls into the stream. All three find themselves in a mysterious cave hidden behind a wall of water. Versa is furious. Their lives were almost cut short, but Sarvana is jubilant. She was right. A creature shrouded in a red aura emerges from the depths of the cave. He turns out to be not just a man, but a living embodiment of the heavenly tree. The creature's true form is that of an ancient dragon, the source of mythical prophecies. The dragon speaks of a prophecy that mentions a devoted family. None of the three know what he is talking about, and this angers the dragon. Considering them uninitiated, the creature decides to destroy all three. He releases powerful fireballs, raining flames down on the heroes. They begin to fight back, but the dragon's forces prove too great. The waterfall begins to bubble, strengthening the magical aura inside the cave. It becomes impossible to escape from the trap. The entire space is sealed. Sarvana desperately tries to stop the enemy with the seal, but even her magic cannot contain the fury of the heavenly monster. The dragon declares that they are now just victims, not the heroes of old. After many years of struggle, Sarvana left them, leaving a mark on each of their hearts. Versa bows her head, her gaze full of respect and unspeakable sadness. By Sarvana's will, the fruit went to Khan, but her image remained forever in his soul. Everything can be read on the mother's face: bitterness, tenderness, the memory of the one who left. William notices that even now Sarvana lives in their thoughts and actions. Versa admits that she always respected Sarvana and even secretly admired her. Envy was just a shade, next to love and faith in her as a sister. She remembers how Sarvana held her close, giving her warmth and acceptance. William is nearby. He feels her inner pain and fear of the decision. Then Versa asks, can he do one more thing for her mother? She looks straight ahead, without fear, and asks to destroy her family, the Halem family. At the waterfall where Sarvana found her blessing, William searches for the path to the truth of her destiny. He cut through the curtain of water with his sword, awakening ancient powers hidden deep within the cave. A passage appears. The legends turned out to be true, but it is impossible to pass through it in the usual way. The waterfall holds a secret, and the dragon inside seeks only the one who can see the truth. William's mother took a different path, and it cost her her life. The path to the waterfall is closed. The key to it is in the past, among forgotten magic. At that time, the Academy was discussing the massacre of Halem and the fall of the Viola family. Dean Vargan studies the reports with surprise. So many events in such a short time. Helga and Vargan discuss that it's all over. But for Versa, it's the beginning of a tragedy. Elsewhere, Dulan attempts to escape with the Grail, but is caught by Naluk's agents. Nelyuk pins him against the wall, demanding that he surrender everything to the teachings of the Holy King. Suddenly, the paladin Merlin appears, disarms the opponents, and saves the artifact and the priest. At the waterfall, William meets Hannah Adenka, a princess and first-rank cadet. He offers her a rare mission, one involving the Halem family and their fall. Hannah is hesitant, but agrees to participate for the opportunity to gain experience and points. In return, William asks her for an old painting, not as payment, but as a personal value. Hannah initially refuses mockingly, but promises to think about the deal. Meanwhile, the head of the Halem family, Gabon, discusses the aftermath of Damar's death. He is pleased. All traces of involvement have been erased, and the family still holds power. Inside, he is angry at Versa, who always doubted his methods. He prepares for a new move. He reveals a secret weapon, Yongen's blood. It should strengthen their position and bring victory in the coming war. Something ancient and predatory awakens in his body, with shark teeth and a crimson face. The world of the Halams is trembling. History is approaching a new denouement, and now everything is at stake. The arena explodes from the collision of William and Kagan's mana, and the fighters fly in different directions. William is confused. The forces are intertwined, but something has gone wrong. Kagan does not give up and rushes into battle with fury again. Suddenly, Raven bursts in from above, his blow shaking the arena. Kagan is furious at the interference. The fight for William was his. Raven, with a grin, suggests that they sort things out among themselves first. A verbal altercation ensues, until William reminds them why they came. The situation gets out of control, and the fighters forget about the goal. Somewhere in the shadows, Chief Khan, Valkia, and Chief Valtikan are watching the fight. Versa mentally urges William to hurry. If he is late, the whole plan will collapse. 2 weeks before the events, Helga announces that Hannah will go with William to Halem. Hannah is outraged. She is not a bodyguard, but a first-rank cadet. Helga cuts off objections harshly. This is an order, not a discussion. Having calmed down, Hannah agrees, all for the sake of the task and, perhaps, an old debt. William reminded her of their agreement, a portrait in exchange for an escort. Hannah reluctantly makes a promise. She will keep her word. There is a bustle at the gates of the fortress. Carriages, people seeing them off, anxious energy. Vargan wishes them luck, and Helga doesn't hide her concern for both of them. William answers confidently. His sister is next to him, which means everything is under control. Sizen, Raven, and Silvira catch up with them to say goodbye. Warm wishes and words of gratitude bring the team even closer together. Raven demands a sparring match after the mission. William promises not to forget. Sizen is grateful. Thanks to William, they became stronger. Everyone wishes him good luck, offering him a deep bow and sincere respect. The carriage starts moving. The horses neigh. Their journey begins. Varga notices that Hannah has changed. Her restraint is frightening. Helga confirms that Hannah's emotions seem to have died out. They leave together, and Helga suddenly doubts. Isn't this too risky? Once brother and sister with a close bond, they are now separated by many things. Suddenly a knife is thrust next to William's face, an abrupt start to a new scene. Hannah, with a cold gaze, seemed to be testing his reaction. William is stunned. Has it really gone that far? Hannah raises her hand with a new knife, and the situation escalates. It's as if something else is dormant inside her, something dangerous and unpredictable. John watches, trying to figure out where his old sister has disappeared to. At this moment, the air seems to freeze. The tension reaches its limit. Hannah suddenly cuts William's hair, catching him off guard in the carriage. She reproaches him for his unkempt appearance, hinting at the cadet's discipline. While they are driving, Hannah finishes the drawing and hands William the portrait. John admires Hannah's skill, detailed even in the bumpy carriage. Hannah thinks they're even now as she puts away her belongings. William wonders why she gave up art if she was so talented. John suggests that her family name prevented her from following her dreams. William believes that a person's family is not obliged to deprive him of his calling. At this time, a protest is raging in Hailam. People demand the overthrow of the tyrant king. The crowd chants slogans as the knights try to suppress the rebellion. William watches the chaos and wonders if this land is really that glorious. Hannah explains, Hale is going through a civil war because of a despot. After the execution of one of the leaders, the rebellion only intensified, and the center of salvation is Durson. William realizes that they urgently need to get to this city, bypassing the combat zones. On the streets, they encounter knights guarding the territory. The defenders take them for enemies, partisans, or rebels. The dialogue fails. The guards attack, forcing you to defend yourself. William uses shamanic abilities and defeats enemies. In battle, he feels an unusual lightness, thanks to enhanced techniques. The situation is getting worse. New units appear, surrounding the group. William realizes that they are trapped, and their numbers are too much for them to handle. Then Hannah raises the symbol of power, the highest rank medal of Halem. The warriors are amazed. In front of them is the granddaughter of the former leader. Having learned the name, the knights immediately order everyone to retreat and let them pass. William wonders why she didn't do this from the beginning. But she understands that there may be something more hidden behind her silence. He asks where she got this medal, but does not have time to hear the answer. A strange object rolls towards them and starts to emit smoke. Hannah recognizes the smoke grenade as the work of the partisans. Visibility disappears, everything plunges into confusion. Someone grabs William and drags him away in an unknown direction. Hannah calls out for her brother in a panic, but there is only thick smoke around. William is missing. William goes missing, and Hannah immediately raises the alarm, sending knights to search for him. She guesses that he was kidnapped by revolutionaries who learned of their relationship. Hannah confesses that she blames herself. It was she who turned their leader over to the Halem authorities. Meanwhile, William is transported in a carriage hidden from the eyes of the authorities. The kidnappers discuss how they distracted the soldiers and seized military supplies. One of them explains that the tunnel leads to the border with Valtican. They plan to blend in among the traders and disappear without a trace. William, tied up, attracts their attention. He is Hannah's brother and may be useful. One of the revolutionaries admits to doubts about whether what they are doing is right. However, William seizes the initiative and takes control of the driver. A sword at the throat forces the driver to obey. William demands to meet the leader. One of them recognizes William. He saw him in the camp for exiles. On the way, they are stopped by a figure on the road, and the carriage overturns. The group finds itself in a gorge hidden from the main paths. The man blocking the way turns out to be a traitor on Hylam's side. He uses a mana capsule and transforms into a monster filled with grace. The red mana emanates a terrifying energy and attacks the rebels. But his attack is stopped by William, who easily blocks the blow. William replies that the dragon's power surpasses even the mana of grace. He destroys the tunnel, burying the enemy under the rubble. Mana tablets and monsters are part of the secrets of Hylam. William realizes that they have learned to use the power of dragons for their own purposes. One of the survivors attacks William, but he blocks and disarms him. The enemy accuses William of being one of Hannah's kind. He believes that none of them cares about the fate of ordinary citizens. But another man from the shadows stops the argument and reveals his identity. This is Laurent Hale, a revolutionary leader who was believed to have been executed. He appears to be alive, despite official death reports. The situation is becoming increasingly tense. Allies and enemies are changing places. In a small forest village, they discuss William's identity, not believing that he is the same Adenka. Some consider him a hero. Others suspect him of betrayal and destruction. One of the residents defends William, reminding him how he helped his daughter. But Harmona doesn't trust him, expecting him to stab her in the back. Several survivors from the camp confirm that William saved their lives. The elders doubt whether it is worth keeping such a dangerous guest. William wonders how Lauren was able to survive the execution. The answer lies in dark magic and body-swapping deception. The Baron, a former prisoner of the camp, discovered his necromancer abilities. Using forbidden magic, he created a copy of Lauren's body and saved him. Lauren and William retreat to discuss the motives for the revolution. William assumes that his sister sent him to wipe the Halams off the face of the earth. He notices Laurent's scars and asks why he blinded himself. Lauren could no longer watch people suffer at the hands of his own family. His act was an act of symbolic renunciation of power and the past. The grace that Heilam distributes is addictive and disunites the people. Those who serve tyranny are given powers, while the rest are made to suffer. Lauren couldn't take it anymore and decided to become a symbol of resistance. Suddenly, the village is discovered by demonic creatures hunting for Lauren. They laugh. Capturing the fugitive will provide them with high status and power. William enters the fight to protect Lauren, but the terrain does not provide an advantage. The enemies are strong and cunning, and William is forced to retreat. One of the demons attacks, but William deftly dodges and counterattacks. The creatures are aiming for Lauren's head, their goal clear and cruel. William covers Lauren with himself, saving him from the blow. The battle heats up, and William's enemies taunt him, questioning his strength. They offer to betray Laurent in order to save him, but William refuses. He understands that although the enemies are strong, they are not immortal. They can be defeated. Someone destroys one of the demons using a deadly technique. Hannah appears, and her presence is immediately felt like a storm. She rushes past William, quickly approaching Laurent with her sword raised. Hannah accuses Lauren of daring to continue living after everything. William blocks Hannah's attack, preventing her from hitting Laurent. She trembles with anger, but her tears betray her suppressed feelings. Laurent stands up and remembers her talent for drawing. Her sword falls, and with it her composure collapses. The freed ones run to Laurent, not believing what is happening. One of the guards recognizes Hannah and accuses her of the attack. The girl slaps her for trying to kill the leader. But Hannah doesn't react. She was taught since childhood that feelings hinder a warrior. Hannah recalls the moment when she offered Laurent to be a witness in court. People don't believe her. They're afraid it's a trap to eliminate Laurent. Hannah tries to explain that they will simply be asked questions. But the enraged woman does not let her go to the leader. Enter Gaffons, the head of the Halam family, and Hannah's grandfather. He demands that Laurent surrender and return home. Laurent refuses, stating that he is ready to give everything for Halam. Gaffons threatens his niece, reminding her who taught her to draw. He plays on emotions, threatening to deprive Hannah of her sight, as well as Laurent. To protect her, Laurent gives in and follows his grandfather. He is soon sentenced to death, despite protests from the crowd. His life is saved by the Baron's magic. The body substitution was perfect. All this time, Hannah did not know that her uncle was alive. Hannah's memories? Gaffons praises her for killing Laurent correctly. He presents her with a military insignia, cementing his power and ideology. Lauren admits that he went into hiding and felt useless without his sight. He felt he could no longer be of any use to the movement. That's why I didn't dare tell my niece that I survived. William remembers Hannah's order to raze Halam to the ground. John is furious at the way Gaffons manipulated Hannah. William decides to join Laurent's movement. Laurent asks him for one last thing, to talk to Gaffons. William arrives at the Halam estate, announcing his visit. The guards demand to see documents and check the identity. William is outraged. He is a guest of the head of the family and demands respect. Behind the doors there are many knights guarding not the entrance, but the entire arena. This is the Gathering of Hades, a traditional competition that has become an arena of intrigue and threats. Under the pretext of a revolutionary threat, Halam increased security to the point of absurdity. William guesses that all this is not fear, but preparation for something greater. One of the knights attacks from behind, but William easily dodges, causing panic. He releases mana that is too powerful for a mere boy. Gaffons appears on the balcony, hail him, and orders to stop. He recognizes William and invites him as a full member of the family. The grandfather apologizes. He only wanted to test the legend about his grandson's abilities. Behind the polite speech, one can sense malice. The energy in the grandfather is almost poisonous. William openly declares that he has come to overthrow the power of the Halem family. They play a game. Grandson and grandfather drink tea, hiding their goals behind politeness. William hints that he received the assignment from his mother, the former daughter-in-law of the head. The leader is irritated. His son is dead, and his grandson has become a weapon against him. John reassures William his grandfather is too smart to attack here and now. Gaffons thanks William for killing his son, saving him from a difficult choice. In a rage, he tells how he executed captured revolutionaries, leaving them with nothing but torture. William stands up, admitting that he no longer wants to hide his goals. He announces that he will be attending the Hades meeting as a figure of special importance. This is confirmed by a scroll signed by influential representatives. Among those who bet on him are commanders, priests, and the elite of both sides. Grandfather agrees. William will be the perfect bait, the center of everyone's attention. Last night, around the campfire, William announces that it is time to contact key allies. Wilson is shocked by his plan, considering it a reckless undertaking. Hannah doubts that the messages will be taken seriously, but William is confident. Each addressee is in a different place, and communication with them requires dexterity and secrecy. One of the revolutionaries suggests using magical mail. William takes the initiative and decides to deliver the messages personally, in his own name. Letters are sent and reach high-ranking officials across the country. Dulan reads his, and becomes gloomy when he learns the truth about what is happening in Halem. They ask him what happened, but he takes his interlocutor for a walk. The Red Fortress discusses the recent events that have shaken the cadets. Even her director, Helga, turns out to be unaware of the conspiracies. Someone is clearly manipulating the Council of Elders, and suspicion falls on the Nightmares. The secret organization mentioned by the necromancer Edmund resurfaces. Rumor has it that Versa's younger brother was involved with them. Versa, William's comrade, believes that it is time to turn the spark he lit into a flame. In Khan's office, there is a discussion about whether to continue down this path. Khan doubts. Will Versa herself and her family burn from this? She is sure that this is her chance to atone for her guilt before Halem and her loved ones. Meanwhile, William's grandfather laughs, confident in his power. He considers his grandson's threats to be nothing more than the stupid bravado of a boy. Halem, as a trading hub for the three great houses, will not fall because of one rebellion. Even if he breaks with Adenka and the others, he will survive thanks to new alliances. His words are filled with contempt. He does not take the threat seriously. However, William does not back down and makes it clear that everything is just beginning. In different parts of the country, nobles and princes receive his letter. Some laugh, others freeze in alarm, but no one remains indifferent. Raven laughs in the Vatican castle, realizing that the challenge has been accepted. Prince Kagan, having read the message, becomes furious and begins preparing for the route to victory. He orders immediate contact with the family. The war is beginning. This is how a storm is born, and each of the addressees takes the first step towards the big game. In William's dreams, there is a fight with Matt, whose energy has become unbearably heavy. Inside the hall, he recalls how the picture of hostility has not ended even after 500 years. William feels that the Samion thread of fate has not yet been broken and stretches through the centuries. He feels a wake-up call and an old message to face the truth. The Hyde's assembly arrives. Hannah wakes William. Today, everything will change. William understands. There is no more time to hesitate. The day of great decisions has arrived. The assembly coincides with the 200th anniversary of Helam's founding, mixing celebration and tension. Parades are sweeping through the city, but there is a sense of anticipation in the air for something more. People whisper, "How did the heads of the Adenka family dare to appear after the death of Prince Daimar?" Versa and Khan enter the hall, causing shock among those gathered. A new round of drama begins. The leader of Hylam does not hide his contempt, but Versa looks the past in the eye without fear. She admits that she killed her brother herself and has no intention of making excuses. Her words shatter old illusions. Family is not worth killing for. Versa accuses her grandfather of shifting his sins onto his son. He only smirks, but his restrained rage can be seen in every movement. William enters the assembly as planned. All eyes are on him. Versa takes Hannah's hand, promising to protect what she couldn't before. In the assembly arena, participants fight in dozens. Only one remains. Victory is not just an honor, but also a chance to change the political landscape of the continent. John warns that among the participants there are not only heirs, but also real fighters. Of Samion, Kagan joins the gathering, confident and bold. He is accompanied by Raven, who speaks sarcastically about the letter of challenge. Kagan makes no secret of the fact that he is here for personal gain, not because of his conscience. William introduces his comrades, ready to fight side by side. The princes and cadets of the greatest houses came together, each for his own reason. A Valtican, Father Raven, appears and disrupts all plans. His arrival causes confusion. No one knew that he would arrive in person. He claims he has come to see his son shine in battle. William is confused. Such figures could change the course of the whole game. And after him, another guest appears, the head of the Samion family, Valkia. She greets those gathered and explains. She came to restore her son's honor. Smiling, she reminds us that honor can be desecrated again. The atmosphere becomes electric. All the rulers of the continent are in one place. The assembly is turning into not just a tournament, but an arena for political struggle. Under the mask of celebration lies tension, ambition, and old pain. William stands in the spotlight, but he knows this is just the beginning. The arena will become a field for the clash of not only swords, but also ideals. The old generation is challenging the new, and it is no longer possible to stay on the sidelines. The situation in Helam has become tense. The heads of all the great families have concentrated in the city. Gaffins is in a panic. The diplomatic trap has slammed shut. Any word could become a spark. An attempt to expel the masters results in humiliation and aggression from Samion and Valtican. The city was filled with representatives of armies, revolutionaries, delegations, and spies. After Laurent's death, the revolution did not die out, but on the contrary, it became organized and dangerous. William turned the assembly into an arena where the political interests of all sides collided. The leader of Hylam considers the extreme step of turning to a dangerous organization for help. Meanwhile, William surprises everyone with his new look and hairstyle. The changes also reflect his inner growth. The atmosphere before the assembly softens only for a moment. In conversations, the festival, memories. Tomorrow is the day when the children of empires will appear on the stage and the old generation will hold their breath. Even the Lord of the Sixth Tower arrives, not out of curiosity, but with a specific proposal. He offers Vargan to regain his lost position by continuing his sister's work in the tower. For a short time, the heroes rest, share food and warmth, as if it were an ordinary day. Their carefree attitude is illusory. A storm is brewing behind them, and their smiles mask their anxiety. Raven, Kagan, William. Three united in struggle, but each with a different goal. The heads of families greet each other like old friends, but there is a tense challenge in their eyes. John notices that behind the mask of fun, there is a competitiveness that is becoming dangerous. One innocent question from Raven sets off a chain reaction, blurring the line between a joke and a challenge. The masters, mighty and proud, accept the offer to measure their strength, as if forgetting where they are. The assembly threatens to turn into not only a tournament of heirs, but also a battlefield of titans. The Lord of the Sixth Tower offers Vargan a position that could change his destiny. He notes that Vargan is a warrior with experience, strength, and a past worthy of new heights. Helga, overcome with unexpected jealousy, stands between them, not wanting to let Vargan go. Vargan hesitates. Is this a dream come true, or something he cannot allow himself to accept? Meanwhile, the heads of the great houses make fun of each other, diffusing the tension. In a playful argument, the real heat of old enmity is contained, hidden behind smiles. But between the lines there is a warning. One day their swords will meet again. Old fighters recognize that strength must be used for defense, not for a bruised ego. Kagan's mother's words bring the conversation back to fighting instincts and past grievances. One awkward question from the son, and the heads turn their attention to the comparison of power. The teenagers are confused, feel the pressure, and start arguing about who is weaker. Kagan believes that Adenka does not have a unique gift, which means he is vulnerable. William, contrary to popular belief, claims that Samion's aura is actually the weakest. This stuns everyone. After all, he is the descendant of one of the most formidable dynasties. But William feels differently. Hidden power does not always coincide with external strength. Valkia reveals that her power is balanced by Keshak's blessing, and this tips the scales. It is possible to reach the 9th star, but the path to the 10th leads to death, to the gates of the gods. Khan says, ultimate power comes at a price, and not everyone is willing to pay for it. Everyone admits that despite his age, William has the mindset of a mature fighter. Valkia thinks what is growing inside him is not an heir, but a monster capable of changing everything. Raven interrupts the conversation with a stupid question, and Kagan and William lead him away in a panic. The atmosphere softens again, and the leaders, watching their young sons, remember themselves in their youth. Meanwhile, far from the palace, Versa finds Laurent alive and hidden in a cave. He gives her an artifact that contains not just magic, but a trace of her father, the Eye of Adena. Vargan rejects the offer to become Vice Lord, considering the tower to be only a shadow of its former glory. He declares that the academy needs to be looked after, otherwise the fortress will fall in one day. The head of the tower repents, but leaves, admitting the refusal and leaving Vargan a chance for freedom. There is a hint in his words that if Vargan becomes a hindrance, he will suffer the same fate as his sister Varnelli. Meanwhile, a broadcast is being broadcast throughout the city, a meeting of princes in full view of the entire continent. The capital of Hylam shines as in the old days, welcoming guests and remembering ancient blessings. Mighty rulers gathered together, Baltican, Samiona, and the house of Adenka. Versa appears next to the head of Helium, trying to keep him from the darkness, but is met with scorn. Their dialogue is full of pain. He blames her for betrayal. She blames her for the destruction of her family. Garfin believes that Halem is only in power because of his power, not because of justice. Versa does not deny her sins, but strives for redemption, even at the cost of her own blood. To Garfin, this is just empty talk, and William is a nuisance that he intends to eliminate. The meeting opens to a standing ovation, but behind the facade of celebration, intrigues and assassination attempts are brewing. William meets his grandfather's gaze and senses that in their next meeting, one of them will fall. The heirs of 3 great dynasties gather in the arena. The fight begins to the jubilation of the crowd. But enemies lurk in the shadows. Unknown conspirators plan to kill William in the midst of battle. Their agents are already among the spectators, ready to act at the first signal. Avhalem himself is also plotting treason, He is confident that his plan is flawless. William, Kagan, and Raven unite to destroy the others and fight only among themselves. The arena is plunged into chaos. Some fight for honor, others for hidden goals and revenge. Adena artifact is a relic of Atena's love with a dragon, created to protect her lover. It allows you to see through objects, but requires concentration and mana at the time of activation. Versa hands it to William, hoping that he can uncover the truth about Chief Halem's crimes. William suspects that a dragon blood processing factory is hidden beneath the capital's arena. He decides to use the artifact during the tournament to show the world the hidden evil. Activation is only possible in the center of the arena, but this will require surviving the battle. William realizes that he cannot cope on his own and decides to act together with Kagan and Raven. He proposes a temporary alliance to defeat the enemy fighters and for the three of them to reach the final battle. Despite the chaos, the prince's alliance works. They destroy the first wave of enemies. William fights with new strength. No trace remains of the cowardice of the past. A dangerous enemy approaches him, but William fights off the attack without retreating a single step. At a critical moment, Kagan saves him, not wanting anyone else to defeat him. Soon Raven enters the battle, neutralizing a new enemy with an unexpected technique. The alliance of the three princes shocks the public. The sons of the great houses act as a single team. Their attacks are coordinated, they cover each other's backs and destroy the strongest fighters. There is admiration in the hall. William is no longer that boy. He has become a prince worthy of his inheritance. The head of Valtican is happy for his son, and William looks with bitterness at the confused Kagan. The leader of Halem is furious. His plan is crumbling before his eyes. He realizes the threat from William. He orders the prince to be eliminated before he gets to the heart of the hidden truth. An unknown warrior enters the arena, ready to kill William in the name of Halem. William does not back down. His eyes reflect his determination to end evil forever. The tournament turns into a battlefield where only the strongest remain. All eyes are on the arena. The princes destroy Halem's soldiers. The crowd is delighted. But a new enemy appears on the field. The mysterious knight with the mark of the small king withstands all blows without the slightest effort. His body seems to be encased in mana armor. The blows of Kagan and Raven do not harm him. William realizes that the mark makes him invulnerable. It is a dwarven technique, almost legendary. One hit knocks William to the ground, and his allies attack with fury, but fail. The knight easily throws them aside, confident that he is defending a higher purpose and order. He speaks of duty and sacrifice, justifying atrocities in the name of honor and following orders. William rises, fire in his eyes. He does not recognize the power that brings only destruction. His grandfather's words resound in his soul, about sacrifice, order, and suppression of those who did not submit. But for William, the warrior's code is protection, not enslavement. Honor is not submission. With a furious cry, he rushes into the attack, challenging the knight and his twisted valor. Their powers collide in a powerful surge. The arena shakes. The sky flares with mana. The leaders and warriors are watching this, but in their eyes there is not only fear, but also an anxious premonition. Galfons realizes that the fight is just a sham. The real threat lies beneath the arena, in the heart of Halem. He begins to understand. William wants to expose a terrible secret connected with the blood of dragons. Galfons decides to take action. He orders himself to be taken to an unknown underground facility. The leader of Halem notices that his daughter, Versa, somehow does not intervene, disrupting the plan. He guesses that she is following him, hoping to reveal the truth through his actions. It becomes clear to him that he is just a pawn, and the real plan is unfolding beyond his control. Realizing that things didn't go according to plan, he explodes with anger, realizing his own vulnerability. The leader screams, losing his composure. The entire carefully constructed order collapses before him. Versa takes matters into her own hands, pushing her father aside and throwing him off balance with her calmness. She openly mocks his helplessness, watching the arena with cold calm. Meanwhile, in the arena, the knight attacks William again, but he disappears in a flash of smoke. Kagan notices that the enemy is completely ignoring the others. He is focused only on William. William understands that he needs to lure the enemy and deliver the decisive blow from above. He estimates that only a supernatural sword technique can penetrate the defense of the small king. A leap upwards, and everyone freezes. William disappears from the ground, rushing upwards. The Kagan rushes into battle, distracting the enemy, accusing him of indifference to the other princes. Suddenly, a shadow passes over the arena. William falls from the sky, the sword filled with energy. The angle is perfect. The mana is compressed into the blade. The enemy won't have time to dodge. William recalls the betrayal. Only Versa and Laurent were worthy of being called warriors of Heilam. The sword cuts through the air, flashing into a silver stream and shaking the arena. The enemy's defensive mana can't withstand it, and his arms fly off to the sides. Heilam's soldiers are defeated. The princes triumphantly survived the fierce battle. The arena is filled with delight. The crowd is jubilant. The magic cameras record the victory. Helga happily rushes to Vargan. Everything worked out, despite the risk. The little king's trait turned out to be too dangerous. It's good that they got rid of it in time. But the triumph does not last long. A new explosion thunders behind William. Kagan and Raven stand before him, smiling. The fight moves into a new phase. All the soldiers have been defeated. Now it is time for the final duel between the princes. William braces himself. He knows that this battle will decide not only the outcome of the tournament, but also the future. Versa watches the arena with concern. Now everything depends on one thing: William's determination. William remembers his mother's words. Victory is not guaranteed, but he must go to the end. The arena is silent. The rivals are waiting for a signal that something bigger is brewing behind the scenes. William, Kagan, and Raven all activate their powers at the same time, starting the fight without further ado. Kagan throws mana at Raven, but he reflects it with a light movement of his spear, without straining. William seizes the moment to strike a sneak attack. Time to play his card. The sword cuts through the air. A powerful stream of lightning divides the arena and scatters the fighters. The power of the Red Emperor strengthens the Kagan. He rushes into the attack without hesitation. William sees that the confrontation is turning into a dance of fury, where no one is spared. He activates the giant's power. Today, his sword must be the last resort. Under a dome of energy, the three merge into a blinding blow. Fury and mana. A single flame. A powerful explosion of white light spreads across the arena, blinding everyone, even the mages in the stands. William rises first, bleeding but unbroken in spirit. A deep wound has penetrated his side, but he does not pay attention to the pain. The battle is not over yet. Neither Raven nor Kagan are visible. The audience is stunned. There is no applause, no sound. William rushes forward with a new technique, the sword shining with a double strike. However, at the last moment, it pierces only space, leaving behind a thin trace. Kagan and Raven are confused. Why didn't he finish them off? What was William planning? William looks up, his sword leaving a shining line on the translucent dome. They are under the dome. This is not an arena, but a closed trap. Everything is going according to someone else's plan. The magicians discuss what is happening in panic. The situation has gotten out of their control. The public is indignant, considering the fight a fake. The stands demand a continuation. Versa clenches her fist. She feels that the denouement is approaching. Gaffins laughs. His plan rises again. His voice is filled with venom. He said that the next meeting should be William's last. Galfons announces a magic error and a temporary lockdown of the arena under the guise of maintenance. The Tower of Magic activates a barrier, covering up the insidious plan under the pretext of safety. Vargon notices inconsistencies. Such measures were not part of the investigation plan. Versa loses control as her father uses alien magic to destroy the princes. He boasts that now Adenka belongs only to Versa. The rest will become victims. Versa throws her father aside and rushes to save the children while there is still a chance. Soon his charges are shouting, "It is too late. The fighters of the arena are doomed," but she does not give up. Khan, observing the chaos, suddenly decides to leave the podium, under the pretext of getting some alcohol. His strange excuse arouses suspicion. Perhaps he suspects something. The head of Valtican exchanges glances with the others. The magical crisis is getting out of control. William notices that the rift after the impact is slowly healing under the influence of someone's magic. He guesses that they have a spell placed on them that blocks teleportation. Kagan confirms, from the very beginning they were bait in someone else's bloody game. The priority changes. William orders to prepare for escape at any cost. But suddenly he notices his friends have already been captured by a stranger, the magician of the Sixth Tower. It turns out that Helios is the master of the Tower of Magic, an ally of Galfons. He looks at William with disdain and releases a powerful stream of mana towards him. William tries to dodge, but a wave of magic hits him, causing dozens of cuts. His body falls into the arena, wounded and exhausted, but his consciousness does not leave him. Helios admits that his goal is to stage the deaths of all three of them from each other. He reaches for the sword of the Kagan, wanting to finish off William according to the scenario of the planned lie. William realizes in horror that there is more than just the council behind this. The enemy is much higher up. The sword comes towards him, but he bites the blade, holding it back at the last moment. The next moment, the chains cover the weapon. The protective technique is activated. Lightning strikes the arena, knocking Helios back and burning his hand. He is furious, not believing that the prince dared to harm him. William activates the blade from the underworld, permeating the space with pure mana. A sharp cut, and the hand of the master of the Sixth Tower flies away, and darkness shakes the arena. The master's protective spell breaks, and he, in a rage, threatens to destroy everyone. Kagan and Raven attack from above with lightning speed, distracting Helios. William gathers all his mana and strengthens the sword, but doubts the blow can kill him. Helios prepares a destructive spell, promising to wipe everything into dust. William hesitated. The attack would work, but the price could be deadly. At this critical moment, the dome breaks and Laurent enters. He silently blocks the magic with one hand, stunning all witnesses. The dome gradually weakens, and those outside notice that someone has broken through inside. Vargan admits that his strength was only enough to open the way for one. Head Khan thanks him, and Versa is confident that Laurent can handle it. William shouts at Laurent, begging him to step back, but he is firm. This is his fight now. He asks William to simply watch as he defends Halem's honor. Helios can't get his head around how weak Laurent became so strong. He doubts whether Laurent is even alive, remembering his weakness and death. But Laurent takes on the heavenly power and crushes Helios with a blow to the ground. The barrier crumbles to dust, and the crowd from the stands sees that the princes are alive. Gafonso is horrified. He expected William to die, but he sees Laurent standing. Everyone is confused. How is it that the dead Laurent is not only alive, but he has won? Laurent declares himself the leader of the Revolutionary Corps and a member of the House. He says he is ready to reveal the truth that his father Gafonso is hiding. In his hand is a sphere of mana, evidence of power that subjugates many. William realizes that the revelation of grace, the forbidden power, has begun. Gafonso is in a stupor. Everything is getting out of control. His power is collapsing. Laurent, taking power from the sphere, distorts his body and turns into a monster.